chatto, it's Thursday, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, can Mr. Assistant guide us to some success? We're 6th in the league, bombing up the table. European qualification is just around the corner, but more importantly, there is the little matter of a youth intake. We've been promised an A-rated goalkeeper. Is this the year we get the sequel to Sochaux, The Help 2, something in French? All that and more. Come on, down, Outcasts 2 Icons! Had to rush it a little bit at the end. The qualification. I'm a cling to a eucalyptus, baby. You ain't seen nothing yet. It was fine. Unfortunately, I'm sockless today, which means that Mr. Assistant is actually not with me, as it happens. Oh, I'll tell you what, right? I've got to take these off for a second to show you what I mean. After I got out of the shower and sorted out my hair, I was like, it actually came out well. I've got the floofy bits at the back. That doesn't normally happen to me. I was just like, today is a good hair day. Let's just go with it. No, I haven't had a chance to make an emote yet. Haven't had a chance to take a picture of my own socks. I must admit, the first thing I did after stream last night was I went back and watched that section again because it was very fun. I had a lovely time. Oh, it's still kind of warm today, though. I've got to be honest with you. Le jeunesse de yes, that is definitely some words that I understand. I understood the Sochaux. It was a bit of a yeah. Just kind of went. It got worse and worse throughout, really. Paul and Ray, thank you for the 60 months. Hello, Michael.
Hey, Matto.
Ooh, matches my shirt.
And Chatto, hope all well with people 5 bonkers years, but him watching lot more as a body as him in the office on Tuesday and Thursday. Home today so I can watch live. Is that the same vest you have been wearing every day since Captain Pogwash went away?
How dare you? I am doing the washing right now. If anything, I probably do the washing more often than Pog does. This is actually... I've not worn this vest. This is a ribbed vest. Ribbed for my pleasure. Like, it's not my normal type of vest. Pog bought it for me, not realising that it was. It's one of those ones with, like, the lines down the middle. Is on backwards? No. Because this is a medium vest. Your boy can wear a medium vest now. It's a good time. Oh, last night was super fun. Barbara, I am not disappointed that I don't have to buy a Brentford shirt. It has saved my bank balance immensely. I can now spend it on buying my mate a pint at the pub later when we go fishing. That's my plan, anyway. Well, it was real. It was. See this poodle on my noodle? It's divine. Can we see the curve? Oh, you don't want to see my curves. The beautiful thing about this vest is that it doesn't hide my curves, which is why I'm wearing the shirt over the top. I've still got some weight to lose. How is that in the shot? I swear that isn't normally visible. That's weird. I was like, what the hell's that blue thing? Oh dear, but it's fine. Fishing for pints. Well, I mean, as someone said last night, I have to fish all the dogs out of the river, what I threw in there and stuff. So, you know. No grey hair. Oh, no, I have loads of grey hair. It's just because of the lighting that I use on stream, you can't really see it. But anyone who's met me in person will know that, like, all down here, there's, like, quite a lot of grey hair in my flanks. You just can't really see it because I have quite dull lighting on stream. Not that I really care. I actually quite like it. I think it's quite distinguished, don't you know? It went great. We ended up losing every away game, but winning every home game, and came 15th in the end. Silver Fox, exactly. Monty Burns talking about the vest. That was what I was thinking. Love to see it. Brentford shirt means 1 pint. Yeah, I mean, I maybe overdid it a little bit. They're probably like a £5. It's not great. That was one of the things I loved about being in Timoth over the weekend, is that the pints were relatively cheap. 25. You think I'm 25? Oh, I love it. No, seriously, are you being serious? Do you think I'm 25? Gen Z streamer here. For those of you unaware, I'm 35. Yeah. I just act a lot younger than that. I'm 35 years old. I just have youthful exuberance and boundless energy. Also, made the very, very poor choice. Just turned 21. You know that I haven't. Because you... Oh, fucking, I've lost the note. I've lost the note. Most 28. Hey, I'll take it. Now, do you know what it is? It's because, chat. Don't maybe bring this up again. I'm going to, though. I moisturise. Look after yourselves. Look after your skin. Makes a huge difference. Just a little bit of moisturisation. Bit of CeraVe. Que sera CeraVe, chat. He is encrusted. No, that's just my socks. That's why Mr. Assistant is...
I missed the cohos on Tuesday, so here is an extra bit.
Kind of many kids. I do not have kids, no. Just chat. Oh, Jesus Christ. Paul, thank you for the £10. That's super nice of you, man. Wow. Really, really kind of you. You didn't have to do that and sub. And also, Kiwi Manon. Sorry, my apologies. I missed that. Thank you so much for the follow. Get misjudged to it. Oh, yeah, no. If I shave the beard off, it would be horrendous. Like, to the point is, most of the reason I've had a beard for the last 10 years or so is because it makes me look like I can sort of create a jawline. Jawline? A jawline out of a beard. But luckily now, I'm starting to get to the point where it's not quite so, like, it's not so necessary anymore. I actually have a jaw, apparently. It was hiding under all that flab and pizza. Who knew? But honestly, I know that this is like, I'm dicking about, but seriously, a simple moisturization routine will do wonders for you. Just a really simple one in the morning and in the evening, or maybe just one even when you're in the shower, or like a blemish control thing. Bit of that on a flannel, whap it around, makes your skin feel smooth as fucking silk. Because not only does it look smooth, but it feels smooth. That, and it does help that, generally speaking, when you hit your 30s, I find that your skin does tend to naturally improve anyway. My mouse has died. Moisturize with Matt. Hey, there have been weirder streams. Makeup for women. They 100% are. Like, I fully believe that is, I think more, I used to wear makeup sometimes. I would wear a bit of concealer occasionally back in the day when I was like 18, 19. How do you join the joyline? Oh, get to the back of the conga queue. Why did you, I tried to start a conga on stream once and I can't remember why. Oh, do the face. Yeah, pretty much. The rest is more like, that's why the rest of me is appalling. It's just, I just try to focus on the face, you know? I keep the face card looking a solid 4 out of 10 and the rest can be like a 1. On my hair, honestly, it's really kind of basic shit, but I do have a hair care routine. So, I'll explain it to you. Do you know what I'm going to do? We're going to get into the game and then, chat, I know you're all gagging for it. I'm going to talk you through my hair care routine. Because you're a boomer. I mean, 100%. Hey, and we've just learned that I am actually about as millennial as it gets. Oh, my life. What? This is definitely because we changed skins for the scout, for the, what the hell? Yeah, what we really need here is the team report scouting view. Oh my life, where is it? Is it that one? I think it's that one. I might add potential in, yeah. Oh, hang on, it might already be there actually, one sec. Oh, it is there. Okay, it's fine. I'll do it on the TikTok. We had some viewers recently come in from Instagram. I mean, what I'm trying to say, chat, is it's working. Right, have we got anyone back for this game, or are they still all dicking about? Claudio is fit again. Which means, actually, if he's back, that means Velasquez is back too, right? Oh, that's Felix. Wait. Yeah, we're good. Came through the window. No, you didn't. It's shut. It was pissing it down. Like Chowin, Bashir. Do we have... Oh, no, we don't, because he's injured, isn't he? Nagalo's back, Bauer, Anderson, Ruggieri. Okay, most of the team is good. We're just missing a few sort of supplementary factors, which is not too bad. Right, let's get to a game. We're away at Lille. This will not be easy. I expect this to be a defeat because Lille are actually kind of goated. Wow, that's a fun system. It's like being back in the league again. They've also got like a Pal Prim, which I'm just enjoying. I'm going to... Oh, they've still got Lenny Oro. Oh, he's only 34. I feel like we've been playing him the whole time. Launch of his Mr. Millennial. I don't know what I would look... Wait, we signed someone? No. See, the thing... What you've done there, Lolo, too soon. Too soon. You should have left it another stream. You do that on Sunday, I'd probably fall for it. But that was too close to the previous time. I tried to pull this shit on Dan last night and it didn't work. But I admire the effort. You got to leave it an extra one. Oh, who's getting a squad number? Has he not played for us yet? Did bro literally come in and then immediately disappear on international? Puzzle that tactic. That's the point. If you can figure out the puzzle, you get the dub. Basically, first club we got to in the save, I said to chat, it'd be sick if we built a tactic that just used the best roles of the 11 best players at the club. It wasn't that, but it was close enough to that it hasn't had to change that much. And then because I'm a stubborn bastard, I decided to try and win the Champions League with it no matter what club we went to. And it does require some very specific sets of skills. Fuck. That was stupid. Chat bigger on here. I believe it's actually the same. I think I have the same box copied over on both screens. I believe it on the full screen. It probably is a bigger chat. Let's have we can do an experiment. So that's the chat now. You can see it above my head. I think it's bigger on full screen, but you'll have to spam some gobbledygook. Maybe your version of lorem ipsum, but I'm pretty certain it is bigger on this one, but not by a huge deal. The idea basically was that, especially in this room, this is where nobody types anything just to fool me, this blank space here is perfect as a background for chat, although I think that might be better to use black text in future. I might switch that over because this is from the old room where it was a lot darker in this corner, but I'm wondering if maybe black text for the chat on this screen might actually be a better idea. Although, I am going to get a thing on here that sits up here that has like shirts on it, so maybe that won't last for very much longer. Not spamming. I respect it. I respect it. Ooh, I can hear the washing machine. It's going into that bit where it just tries to leave the house, basically. Sarah Viad. There you go. Which one was it? Because the one I have is the... Do you know what? Fuck, I'm going to show you. So this isn't even actually a moisturizer per se. It's a blemish control cleanser. But this, when you're in the shower or something, makes your skin silky smooth. The blue one's good too. The blue one combined with the green one as a pair, one's like a foamer and one's an exfoliator. They're really good too. Expensive though. Amazing. The bigger screen view. Oh wow, look at what's happened there. Look at me go. That's good. I probably shouldn't switch like that in the middle of games. Let me just pause the match for a minute, see if that fixes it. Get Tasky up. I think I was flexing there. I got over exuberant about the idea of being able to move scenes around, because what it does is it causes OBS to like absolutely shit itself and use loads of RAM. There we go. It's the transitions, I think, that uses the RAM. Basically, this computer is too low on RAM. I realise this is why Photoshop gets all laggy on me sometimes as well, because I'm using too much RAM on it. 1 frames per sometimes. Exactly. And yet somehow the game is still... Oh, no, it's not. Right. I've fucked it. And I got too confident. I keep thinking to myself, oh, yeah, it'd be cool, though, if... Oh, there we go. If FM26 was more, like, optimized, but then I realised that the graphic requirements are going to be higher. DDR3. No, I think it's DDR4, right? The newest one is... The most recent one is DDR5, right? But yeah, it's DDR4, I think. It was built in 2019. Better on cheap. I'll be counting those too. Twitch couldn't handle my moisturising. What was the original question? Did I not even have to do that? What was the question properly there? As usual, I didn't actually read the question. I just really wanted to show off the chat screen. Yeah, as for the hair care thing, while we're getting back to that, basically, it's just Head and Shoulders to begin with, although I am thinking about getting a better shampoo than that. And then a Head and Shoulders separate conditioner, not a 2-in-1. DDR3, no, I think it is DDR4. I'm very certain it's DDR4. But got to make sure you leave the conditioner in. A lot of people put the conditioner in and then they wash it straight out. You've got to give it a chance. So what I'll do is I'll whack the shampoo through, whack the conditioner in after that's been washed out, and then do other stuff. Your body wash, you're having a wet shave, your moisturization, etc., etc. Come back to it, then wash the conditioner out. When it's been in there for like 10 minutes, then you just get this lovely silky smoothness. And then after that, you're not done yet though. Oh no. Oh my god, what a fun goal. We've conceded it, which is annoying, but then, here's the fun part. Towel, scrunch dry, don't scrub, just scrunch it a little bit, dab it down, just make sure it's nice and solid, just get it a little bit dry but still damp. Then you got 2 choices. I use, depending on what I'm feeling on any given day. Today, it was sea salt spray. Bit of sea salt spray in the hand, get it through the hair, make sure you got it both sides, otherwise it gets all stuck on one side of the hair. Quite a good amount of that through there. Then you got to make sure you blow dry at that point, because if you let the sea salt dry naturally, it'll dry out your scalp. Then, hair dryer from a reasonable distance, maybe with a concentrator on it, depending on how you're feeling on any given day. Get it blown right back and sort of shape it into the style you want with the air, basically. Right? Or, alternatively, you could go mousse. I like a nice mousse as well in that one too. Make sure you comb that through if you're going to do that. Then sometimes I fancy a bit of hair cream afterwards to keep it a bit of style and maybe a bit of spray on top. None of that today, though, since we're not going anywhere fancy. And there you go. That's the hair care routine. All the questions you didn't ask answered perfectly. Oh, hello. Come on. Get back in the game here. Hey, we actually did. Nice. CPU, it's a Ryzen 7 3700X. We got the orange ball back. Yeah, we must be heading into the winter. See something that's fancy. It's like £1.50 from Boots. It's a really cheapo one, but it's good. My number one overall. Do you know it just might. It can't hurt. Got 1-0. The thing is, if I don't care for my hair like that, it just looks it just doesn't look right. So I almost have no choice. If I'm going to have hair this length, because of how thick it is, I have to do that stuff, basically. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Hey, it's a new one for the bingo card. Hey, I feel like if I'm in very few places to give any advice on anything, but that's one thing I do have a tiny bit of knowledge of. My hair don't care routine. And you got to look after it. Hello, Jinx. Try putting some mousse in my hair. Unfortunately, got away, and now there's a mousse loose in the hoose. No. Have you tried spraying the mousse with sea salt spray? I'm just saying. We'd be proud of that routine. He would. A man of solid hair. DDR4. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely DDR4. It was 2019 when I bought it and everything was brand new. Went over my head. Yeah, I mean, like, I realise that is a thing. I'm very fortunate to have good hair genes in my family, both on my mum and my dad's side. So I know that that's not something I'm ever going to have to worry about, but I realise that is a very common thing. I just have other bad genes in other areas. You kind of just spin the lottery of like genes for certain things, and I happen to get one that gives me reasonably thick hair that seems to be okay. My granddad was 96 when he passed away, and he still had a full head of hair. My dad is in his late 70s, and basically you couldn't tell. He's also very sprightly, to be fair. You'd think he was in like his early 60s, if that, and has looked that way for a long time. Right, we're losing, but we're not even doing that bad. I'm semi-impressed with us here. I read that as Dr. Dre for some reason, Andrew. Sweep across the head. I see, you see. Make sure you get a DDR3. I think it was definitely it was the standard at the time I built this PC, for sure. Like, it wasn't like I was future-proofing or investing in new tech, so to speak. Lille are just much better than us, aren't they? Although that is actually going to be disallowed, thankfully. That is the grand... No, he wasn't a submarine. You're misremembering, Andrew, and it would pay you to listen more closely. But come here. Listen close. He was a motor torpedo boat. Him and Mr. Assistant. Yeah, no, my dad is right as rain these days. He's just... he's a very subtle man. Stoic in many ways, but also still... He's basically just very similar to me in many ways. Apart from the subtle part. I'm as subtle as a brick in the small of your back, basically. If you know what that's a reference to, enjoy. Yeah, no, he's good now. He's recovered from the surgery. He's just basically in the stage of being like monitored, essentially. So they're just basically keeping an eye on him. I think it's like 6 monthly appointments he has. Supple. Oh, wouldn't you like to know? As for the status. You know, it must be good. Exactly. Was he saying more nice things about my hair? Didn't say it to my face. We spoke for like 15 minutes last night and he didn't say a thing. I understand. It's intimidating when you come up against this fro. Right, Velazzi needs a little resty rest. How's Claudio got on? He's not done badly, you know. Oh, do I dare? I just can't bear the thought of bringing on them both to play together. And he's aggressive, which means red card incoming, right? We'll get the binder on. And, oh God, Smace is on the bench. That's how desperate we've got. Sorry, Svenny. We're going to shop him. I mean, maybe. Fully white. That's very early, actually. No, the Kev's thumb drive? No, I haven't had a chance to dick about with it. Basically, last night... Oh, Christ. Kristen's injured. Tristan? Is this going to have to be... Actually, no, what we'll do. We'll get these two, swap them around like that, so Binder plays through the middle. Yeah, literally, last night's stream, I essentially finished stream. Pog rang me immediately, so I was talking to Pog for like 25 minutes. Then I went and watched back the Mr. Assistant segment from last night's stream. Had a good little giggle at that, and that was like 25 minutes long itself. By the time I'd done that, it was like nearly 11 o'clock, so I just went downstairs and watched TV for like 15 minutes before going to bed. Versus Limiters. Oh, well, hell yeah. I'm here for it. We don't have a fan art channel on Discord for nothing, Lord Townicus. Lord Townicus? I've just upgraded you. Actually, it's more of a downgrade, isn't it? Oh, God. Do you know what? 2-1 against Lille isn't even that bad. We've not been the better side by any means. We've scored a goal. We're going to concede another one here anyway, because apparently I'd have... Fuck here now. All right, Brad. Well done. Not Mr. Assistant. You be careful. Oh. That entire section. More Townicus. Oh, that's even better. That whole section was basically like a fever dream. We finished 15th in the end. We got 43 points. Oh, that's a good penalty. I wonder how much they've paid Napoli for Tom Muller so far. Because we're into like season 2.5 of Tom Muller's time here. So it suspects that they would have paid him a little bit more. Hopefully it's in goal bonuses. Although it would be funny if they just had to pay them nothing because it was all tied up in like obscure international cap clauses or something. Okay, so we're going to lose. That's okay though. I think the likelihood of us getting Champions League was very much a slim hope. Top 7, although that's interesting. It's up to 7 now. Is that just a visual glitch? Because I swear it was 6 before. Or does it count the cup on this one and not on the other one? Either way, we were a bit gash. Yeah, it does. Because it tells you how much they've paid so far, right? Let me check after the game. Loud home again. Oh, that's good. That's awesome, James. No, I'm really pleased for you, man. And for your mum, of course. My uncle was on dialysis for a very long time. He essentially has the equivalent of like half a kidney at this point. Because obviously you can survive with one, but he's down to, I think, like half. It's very low function, basically. Watch the VODs, are very engaged with the game. I catch this room much, but I'm trying to be funny. And therein breaks down the dichotomy of man, right? And woman. It's like, that's kind of what I want, though. I take that as a compliment because that makes me feel like, hey, we're doing something right as a chat and as a collective where you feel the need to get involved, even if you're not trying to. What I'm saying is I've done my job. Take on the FIFA crowd. No. But he did DM me after stream last night. Just with a picture of Nick saying rattled. So yeah, I haven't had a chance to see what actually happened. Could somebody fill me in beyond the obvious that it was I imagine he had a nice time. Oh, you can't take him seriously. What was the scoreline in the end? Was that the one where did he lose or win? Oh, that was the final day where he lost like 7-2 to Robbo, didn't he? That's so funny. Right. You all need a rest. Can I afford to do that, considering we're playing Troyes at home next? Hang on, have we got PSG soon? Ran away. Oh, hello. We've got Ram, then Ram. No, PSG's ages away. In fact, it's the last game of the season, in fact. He won 1-1. Oh, was that the 5-0? Where Ben played the 5-5-0 system. And then Nick missed a penalty in that game as well. That was funny. Honestly, the whole thing's been, for the most part, incredibly fun. Like, I've had a lovely little time in my little vibes corner, even when things were going poorly. Just wish we played that system the whole time. We genuinely would have been top 8. Lost his heckle in bed every day. I do love it when people take things so unbelievably seriously. Maybe he was just playing the character as well, to be fair. Like, at the end of the day, Ben does it, so I really should just give Nick the benefit of the doubt and assume that he was doing the exact same thing, right? Although I'm not sure I do believe it. You get what you deserve. Oh, 100%. Particularly, and this is the thing, with anybody like that, if you let him know that you are sort of taking umbrage with it, it's the in that he's been looking for the entire time. Like, you're not going to get away with it. Suddenly now he's found the gap in the armour. Calling him fat. Oh, nice and mature about it then, at least. To be fair, we actually had our first sort of like spillover from a certain Maltese streamer actually last night. It was the first time in the entire tournament, and that went and was been and gone incredibly quickly because Pog just went boink. But I was actually amazed that we hadn't had more of it. Oh. Right. Okay, that's a back-to-back defeats actually is a little bit annoying. I mean, this one's a deserved defeat. I think this one was as well, actually.
Higher.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Sub-deserved for the haircut tips. Just wondering, how many different leagues do you usually have set as playable on a Journeyman save?
It depends. So, it's all about personal preference, right? Because, also, thank you so much for the 2 months. That is super duper nice of you. So, you'll see right now, this is what I currently have set up. But you'll notice a lot of them are highlighted in red because at the end of this season, a lot of these are going to be turned off because you've kind of got to balance it by like, over time, no matter how many leagues you have switched on, due to the sort of cached information, the save will just slow down. So this amount of leagues 10 years ago in this save would have been totally fine as far as good speed. However, now, it's starting to lang a little bit to the point where it's costing me like an extra stream or two per season. And I want to sort of speed things up a little bit so we can have a chance to finish this before the end of the game cycle. As a result, I've chosen to turn these leagues off going into next season. And that, I mean, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think it's more than... It's about 20-something leagues. And I think that should speed us up a lot, which is exciting. A few countries completely are getting turned off too, just because I feel like we're still going to have the players generating there due to the way I've set the database up, but we don't need the playable league switched on, and we'll still get the league histories and things like that. So yeah, that's what I've done basically, just to try to sort of smooth things out a little bit. But it really comes down to your own computer's requirements as well. Like, this processor, despite being old, is still pretty good, so it can kind of it can eat through this sort of stuff pretty damn well. I realize that isn't really a proper answer, but I suppose the answer is really how long is a piece of string in many ways, because it is going to be... What you basically want to do, if you're doing a Journeyman save, maybe just load some different setups that you might want to try and just simulate maybe 5 years on each one. Take a timer of them and assume that obviously when you're playing it's going to be slower, but it will be like maybe 30% slower, pretty much. 35.6. Which span? Because we haven't... I mean, we did score quite a lot. There's a lot of friendlies in there, though, to be fair. Oh, dear. Hello, Stewie. Sword diaphragm. When are you doing a podcast? I don't think Ben and I have ever been on a podcast together. At any stage in our entire history as buddies. Speaking of the podcast, actually, I was talking about this. You know, those of you that are on the Patreon for the FM Show pod, the guys do a network game. Obviously, for FM26, I will be joining the network game. And I don't think they've actually announced what it's going to be, but it's a really cool idea that Si's cooked up. So, yeah, that'll be really, really cool as well. So I'll definitely be doing that too. Oh, did I miss something? My apologies. Been on a podcast as enemies. Oh, yeah. We live as enemies. When Ben took me to that Brazilian steakhouse, we just sat there staring into each other's eyes, but grimacing the entire time while meat was brought out to us. Got to sound the youth intake. God, I hate this. Why have you lot got lovely youth intakes and ours are just... Hello? The next Pedri arrives late in opponent's area. He's got the PA. He's very fun. What sort of personality are we talking here? Apologies, I'm not used to your skin. Me when I'm Hannibal Lecter. Fairly determined. Okay. Do you have any idea of his professionalism? Oh, we came 15th in the end. Oh, shit. Pops on the screen. There can be. I have it on low latency mode, but there might be a delay. So in theory, the delay between you hearing me and you being able to respond is really, really low because I have it low latency. But sometimes stream elements can be a bit fucky and it takes a little while to appear above my head. Increasingly awkward way to bring out me. The best thing was, of course, Em and Ellie were there as well. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no, that's the guy we signed on deadline day, isn't it? That is actually kind of unfortunate. Broken lower leg, injured tackling. Oh, mate. I'm so sorry about that, Joseph. Anyway, moving on. Oh, there you go. Elec Chowi's going to get a rest anyway, turns out. Hang on, how did he get a fine midweek? Oh, right. Sick. Oh, well. Maybe I should go back and say I'm going to rest him for that. Can I do that? Or would it not count the Twa game as the rest? Because the problem is, when you rest a player, they get far more rest. Like, they count as far more rested if you actually rest them rather than just not playing them, even if they're not on the bench. This is fine. To be fair, she was happy just because they were bringing meat out and she was allowed to eat as much as she liked. This is Pog's dream. We went for a roast at this Greek restaurant. I know, the sentence is crazy, right? We went for a roast at this Greek restaurant in Teignmouth on Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon, and Pog was just like, they were like, oh, which meat would you like? She was just like, can I have a bit of everything? That's my girl.
You came in summer.
DeMarcos to stream. Thank you very much for the follow. 5 seconds. Oh, that's weird. I haven't noticed that. I tend not to see the chat above my head very much because it's small enough that I can't read the characters from this distance, and it's right next to my actual chat box as well. Trevor says he's just rest players in between. Yeah. I'm going to have to learn a lot of this sort of stuff if I do the Matt's Rhabdomyolysis tour. That might be what I turn into the YouTube save, actually. Just do that all in one big thing. So it's a YouTube save. You get the story side of things, but you also get the subplot of the fact that it's me basically ruining my legs in every single episode of it as well. Just use that as a training program. Persepolis. Oh, that's cool. I love it when players that are like reasonably well-known names in the sort of twilights of their careers join teams that you're like, oh damn, where they'll go to like India for a little bit, or they'll go to Iran actually. Who was that guy that rocked up in like Angola? Was it Rivaldo that played in Angola or something? Shin splints. To be fair, I think by the time that this comes around, I should be able to handle the training schedule that would come with it. I'd like to think, just as an example, right, of the last game against Lille. Let's just have a look at some of the running. So, our players. the most distance covered by a single player in this game was Ruggieri at 13.9. Now, obviously, the way that I would do this, obviously, is the wheel will have extra stuff on it too. So, it'll have things like the ability for me to double it, miss it entirely, or halve it, potentially, as well as some other challenges that will be on top of that as well. Kind of like the Wheel of Doom in many ways. And so I suppose in that case, I could end up in 28k. Amount of games involved. True. It would be slow progress, for sure. I wouldn't obviously do it all at the same time. I would just sort of use it as my training runs. So if we happen to land on, say I landed on, I don't know, Shasley, for example, and it's just like 9.7k, and it was like, hey, you have to run that. I ran 9k this morning in the rain as like an easy run. So I would just be like, hey, that's an easy run for the week. But say I landed on like a Nagalo one, and it's 13k, but I got to double it, and I had to run 26k. That's a lot, and I would treat that as the long run for the week or whatever. I'd sort of move things around like that. That's the way I'd probably try to treat it. And say I got lucky and I landed on a sub, and it was like, hey, cool, we're doing intervals. 28k's later? Well, there's a title for one of the episodes. Like, I think realistically, the most I'd probably end up running, unless there was an insane turn of events, would probably be maybe 30k, which is a lot. I grant you, that's loads. That's like, it's like what? 16 miles? But it's not like absurd. Hello, FM console. Time to fit FM streaming in. No, unfortunately, we don't do any FM streaming around these parts. I just talk hair care and ribbed vests. It's actually ribbed for Chatto's pleasure. Let me just quickly check up Miller, actually, before I look at Pog. Pog will be around for ages. Mueller. Oh, that's the Norwegian version. Pull the distance for the future game. Exactly. So, the way that I would structure it like that. Oh, hello. That's actually a bit more now. Oh, no, it's not. They've still only paid 12 million quid. They owe them another 17 million. How are they going to get that money? That's wild. 14k every time. I wonder how much... Because the one time that it could cost me would be if a game went to extra time and a player did a load of running and played the full 90 minutes, it landed on them and doubled. Then it could start to get a bit silly. But that, my point, is I think part of the fun of it. And because I'd like to do it with my local team, I reckon it wouldn't be too difficult in the early seasons of the save for me to pretty much lose barely any games. Because with the right signings, because usually when I'm playing in the lower leagues, I'm not really trying to min-max things. I'm more just sort of vibing it and doing like youth challenges and stuff. With free agents and stuff, I could absolutely crush it with ED City. Particularly as ED City actually have a really solid starting squad as well. And next year they might be even better. They've got some really good players. 9 years. I don't know. I wish we could see his contract. Well, you can see his contract, but we can't see like the breakdown of the actual things they owe, because it is wild in the full fee. I see. So it must be in sort of all the add-ons you could possibly imagine. Curse of Barris, I think, has a fed. Yeah, there's loads of things. I want to... Because I've been thinking about this for months now. And then I've been watching Ryan Trahan series as well with the Wheel of Doom. And that kind of is the same kind of thing I'd like to try. I think the uncertainty is what makes it interesting. Like, the rise up the leagues is fine and all, but we've seen loads of people do that. I feel like the added stuff and the elements of the traps in it, I just think are incredibly funny. But yeah, I'd like to think of some stuff with that. We're quite cool. Heck, I could even stream bits of it. Like, just occasional evening streams with the City save instead. Wow, he had that one hell of a season on loan at Inter. It's crazy that Napoli are loaning players to Inter. That's how goated Napoli's squad are. And if you just joined us this season, by the way, Napoli have spent £400 million this year. They've already signed 2 guys from our Tenerife squad this season alone. It's good times. Oh, it was so good. I loved everything about that. It was just such a wholesome thing I could watch every single night. Pog and I used to love watching it. Particularly the last episode was so goddamn wholesome with where they got Mike and Brianna. That was really, really cool. Right, Pog and Angers. Someone else to run with you. I don't know if Pog would be up for that. Pog's she's on a really long I've just typed in Pog anger. Her training program at the moment is only really maxing out at about 12k, and she has to be really careful because of her knee. But she's doing really, really well. And when she does the 10k at the end of next month, she's absolutely going to shatter her record, like by miles. I think her record for 10k is like 59 minutes and something, whereas this is predicting her into like the 54s, which is so goddamn cool. I'm so proud of her. Well, I'll tell you what, if FM26 is like genuinely awesome, I'm going to want to play as much of it as possible. So it means more content, more saves, more streams, basically. The Cafe La Dolce guys, yeah. Yeah, Pog and I watched the whole Penny series while we were on holiday in Devon last year. We would just like have it on the TV pretty much at all times in the evenings. It was great. 200 million for the Tenerife boys. They have a lot of money. Pog has not started a single game for Angers because unfortunately what happened is Angers have an absolutely insane striker who I think they signed in the same summer. This guy here, Moralia. 17 goals. It's actually last year as it happens. Next thing we're going to buy an Asia more than 200. Yeah, little things like that would be quite fun. I think there's definitely room for that type of content in the FM space, and I'd like to be the one that makes it, frankly. Like, I'm feeling good about... I think a lot of this is predicated, though, on FM26 being a genuinely fun game. Johnny Caddy, I hope so. Wait, where am I looking? Oh. Yes, he is. Welcome, Johnny Caddy. He'll follow you around a golf course and play as a DM. For Managerial. Yeah, but I've also had this idea of a thing called Sack the Streamer, which was basically just where we had a wheel that chat got to spin after every single game, and it would either cause positive or negative effects on things as well. But that was an entirely different concept, which I stole from Frost Prime. You can carry the bags, exactly, yeah. Giant for content. Yeah, I mean, genuinely funny is something I tend to struggle with. So I try to either be like informative in some way, because there are some things I know a little bit about, or just incredibly outlandish with the insane databasery, which is usually because Hadrian's done something crazy. I'm getting better at it, but I'm just a very unnatural speaker, you know. Unless I really go into YouTube mode. He is literally the water carrier, isn't he? We will find so much jank next year. It's a brand new match engine, brand new like game engine, brand new everything. There is no way in a billion years that their QA department, sorry Mike, is going to be able to find all the bugs that are going to be in this game. Hadrian and I will find some stuff. Like, believe me, we will. Oh my god. See Lamborn, that was so random. I pressed the wrong button again. Streamer knows things. Crazy. Holy Christ. Thank you so much, man. How's it going? What an entrance that is. I'm very, very appreciative of that. That is incredibly, incredibly nice of you. Oh, dear. People have been extremely nice to me in like the last 3 days especially. Which, if I could just peel back the curtain for a moment, is actually couldn't have come at a better time, because the last like week and a half is probably the only time in the last like 3 or 4 years that I've genuinely been concerned about like running a little bit close on finances, just because I had to pay that large balancing payment for my tax stuff, and a load of other payments happened to all come at the exact same time, and I went, oh, that's cutting it a bit fine. Because usually what I do is I have like a float that I use, that way I never get too close to actual zero, but it kind of cut into a lot, and now everything's okay again now, but that was a little bit like scary for the first time in a little while. And Twisted Mikey as well, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs on top of that. It's very kind of you. Holy shit.
Cooper,
to start.
do not
Really?
hate me. I am familiar with
How
over
did you get ads?
600 dance moves, and
I don't run ads.
programmed to get freaky.
Migas, or My Gas. Thank you very much for the follow, my guy. That's very kind of you, friend. And thank you both of you. That's incredibly nice of you. They're rich. Not that is a massive surprise. Do not do that. This streamer is a hard-nosed man. He does not cry. God, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to get goated youth players, if I'm honest. They are so goddamn good. Their remaining budget is £240 million for the season. Back from ads. You should not be getting ads. Like, I have never once run ads in the 5 years I've been streaming. I've never pushed that button. Just a bit pointless. Napoli try about, you know, I imagine very soon. The one I'm surprised they've not gone for, actually, is Sochaux. And then again, he did just sign a new contract, in fairness, which is possibly part of the reason. Johnny Trotter with a gifted sub to Twisted Mikey. Oh, that's why. Right, now you're not getting any ads. That ads be gone. And... for God's sake, Chad. Mum, thank you. You've got to stop doing that. You're already coming and helping me with the garden on Saturday. Goodness me. Oh, dearie me. Right, yeah. I should just stress, what I just told you wasn't some kind of weird, like, psychological provocation thing. I just wanted to tell you how thankful I was for those couple of things in the last couple of I've seen ads on the stream. Yeah, to be fair, I think there is an old... Oh, FM Cakes as well with the 9 months.
Less than 3.
Less than 3. Bringing the flamethrower. I fucking hope so. I think that sometimes what can happen is if you're not subscribed to the channel and you join a stream, sometimes Twitch can show like a pre-roll ad that I'm not allowed to control those. I think that someone who's more familiar with the Twitch setup, because I'm still not really familiar with the ad stuff because I just don't touch it, I think that's what happens, right? I might be wrong about that, but I think that can happen. I think the way I avoid that is if I run ads manually in stream and it takes away the pre-rolls, but I still don't want to inflict that on you. Like, I could do it when I go to Be Right Back screens, but I'd rather just do a whiz quiz. It's more fun. But they sold Bilal. No. Did they? He was definitely rumoured to be going somewhere. Oh, it's all about the reverse psychology. That's me. 7,000 IQ me. Henri got sacked. Who was Henri managing? Hang on, go back to Tenerife for a second. Did they actually sell Bilal? I know that he was in the process of potentially leaving. I don't know why, because remember, he's their captain. I'm amazed that no one supports Sochaux. I think maybe it's just because he signed a new contract. Maybe his release clause is absurd. 134 million. That is a lot, even for a Napoli. Christ. That is a lot, actually. So did they sell Bilal? Who did they sell Bilal to? Oh, Liverpool. Wait, no, they didn't sell him. It's a loan. I think it has an option, though, right? Yeah. So it's a loan with an option. I think it's like 40 million or something. Probably 38 million, let's be honest. I'm surprised they did that. Because he was playing for them this season. So strange. Yeah, I think it's the pre-rolls. Yeah, there's not a lot I can really do that unfortunately. The only... Basically, Twitch will always email me being like... They offer you these... You've probably seen this if you're familiar with some other Twitch streamers that are maybe a lot bigger than me, that sort of show this kind of stuff in a lot more detail. But essentially, they offer you like this ads incentive, which means if you run X amount of ads, they'll give you like an incentive at a lot more money. But the thing is, it's not actually that much money. And I feel like it ruins the experience of the viewer. And I'd rather just have the viewer experience be better and make like $100 less a month. To me, that's well worth it because I feel like the bounce rate from running loads of ads is quite high, I suspect, anyway. Charity match. Yeah, is anyone actually coming to the charity match? Or it's going to be streamed, so you will be able to watch it no matter where you are in the world, too, which is cool. Yeah, it's a secret release clause, Bagfus. Is it 15 seconds? That's quite large. That might be a Twitch thing, then. It's obviously not parsing the data correctly. And Barja's... This guy actually might be a... Like, if for some reason we did lose Kilaza, Mbaja looks to be a...
Let's call it the first part of a tax refund. Also, making sure it's a penny more than Don't so I steal third place on the donation leaderboard.
There's a donation leaderboard? Where is that? I've never seen this leaderboard before. Is it... It's not on Twitch, is it? Because it's run by a third party. How do I access this? I've never... I think it was Steve that mentioned this a couple of months ago, and I had no idea where it was or how to find it. That is wild. Oh, but thank you, Stewie, for the £10 and 1p. That is incredibly kind of you. Good God. Hoping to be there. Nice. It'll be... It's going to be really, really fun. Hello, Mac. Life is honestly pretty damn good at the moment. To be honest, I'm enjoying FM. I'm feeling good in body and mind, generally speaking. Working towards being better in body and mind, and I'm excited about the new game. Like, I think that's all you want out of life, really, isn't it? Simple things. Oh, damn. So is this like monthly top donos, or is this like all... No, it can't be all time, can it? The all time one would be a little bit scary, actually. Sick. Shout out to Steve, though. Speaking of. I was on the Streamlabs page. I see. Just stay here, then.
There's a train
Pog.
Oh, yes, very soon.
How about this? Let me switch it around. It would be better if Pog was here, too. Provided you bring my girlfriend with you. And by that, I mean Pog's parents' dog. Alfie's... Actually, it might well be Alfie's Bonehill. Thank you very much for the follow. Didn't get relegated in the league. I know, that's the real cherry on top there, James. The lack of relegation is what's really done it for me. Sponsorships. You'd say that, right? You'd think. I mean, not now, obviously, because you'd have to actually upload content for that. But, for example, when my YouTube stuff in 2023 especially was kind of popping, and I was growing at a rate that I've never experienced before, I had not a single brand get in touch about any kind of sponsorships, which is ironic because I did sponsorship deals before when I was just doing random Let's Play content. The weirdest fucking thing. I wonder if it was just because... I actually don't know. I genuinely don't know. It was the strangest thing. I just assumed that was the sort of thing that came with that kind of growth and the viewership increase, but it just didn't happen at the time. Hayden, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1 as well. That is super kind of you, friend. God, my desk is absolutely sopping from all the condensation in here. Have we done... We're definitely getting, oh, more... Wow, 800 grand. Oh, yeah, of course, it's the Bulgarian team with all the money, who are somehow 5th in the league despite all the money. Have they brought anyone new? £1 million there, another £1 million there. They're spending. Show them a picture of a girl. I can't. You have to. Can you send me a picture, Pog, of her so I can show chat? I'd have to Gyatso it. Gyatso. No. Please don't feel like you bring the mood down by sharing. No longer want to. That's the main thing. Like, I'm sure you're very much not alone in chat in having had thoughts along those lines. Thankfully, I've never been quite to that level, but there's been times where I've understood why other people have, if that makes sense. But just know that you're not alone, and what's the thing I always like to say? It'll be okay in the end, and if it's not okay, it's not the end. I think that kind of is a nice little thing that you can... But I know it's only sentimentality and like random words at the end of the day, but just know that you can share that in chat. Please never feel like you're bringing the mood down. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for coming to my TEDx talk. Shazly's a bit good, isn't he? He's just a bit good. £90 million. It does feel like a matter of time before Napoli do put a bid in for him, right? We've got a 20-year-old worth 90 million quid. Oh, wow. These don't happen very often. Attacking midfielder Samir Binder has shown a remarkable improvement in his attitude lately. More ambitious than ever. Is that a good thing? It has made him a perfectionist. So he actually does have good professionalism. God, he's actually starting to look really, really good. Like, his pure attributes are looking so well-rounded. What's the progress been like for you over the past couple of years? So, oh, actually, I'll tell you what, look at those mentals. Technicals are kind of rising nicely, but it's the mental attributes that he's just across the board. Very, very nice. He's given me, I mean, he is, how old is he? He's still only 18. I would say he's got to be in the line for maybe a cheeky little hungry cap soon. He hasn't started a game yet this season, which is possibly the one thing holding him back, because we do still have Heribert. Oh, he's going to be the full binder soon for sure. What a guy. Right, this next game has to be a dub. We've got to get ourselves back on the path again. We should get to agencies. I think you're probably right. That would definitely help. It's just... I mean, in theory, I moved networks so that I could have access to their ad agency side of things. Their actual, like, their management side. But literally, in the entire time I've been with my new YouTube network, the only thing they've ever brought me was once, and that was Raid Shadow Legends. Despite me actively telling them the only thing I was not interested in doing was Raid Shadow Legends. Which is incredible. Oh. Right. Sick. Bit of a final thought. I think, what was he on before? Was he on attacking movement? Because you're right, it might be time. Oh, Lamina Conan's training nicely, as is the goalie.
So I tell the
did I do that one? No, I didn't. God, this is the thing. I've got to stay on top of that. Otherwise, it just gets away from you. Tom, thank you for the follow. Oh, he's not on anything. Ah, I know what it was. It's because he came back from his loan. Let's just see. Attacking movement 14, 15, 13. Yeah, the composure needs to be up. I'm not going, hey, no, you do you if you enjoy it. It's not something I would feel wrong promoting something that I actively dislike, you know? And I feel like if I made my whole brand just get the bag, then that would be a lot easier. But principles aren't principles if you don't stand by them when they're tested, right? Even if it costs you money. The Vietnamese betting edges, now we're talking. I want to get on PogBet. You know what? PogBet probably does exist. Let's be honest. Yeah, Beng.com. If Beng.com want to get in there, I'm good with that. I think it probably also doesn't help that I'm not the most brand friendly when it comes to content. Like, I do make crude jokes all the time. I do swear like a sailor. And I suspect that is off-putting to a lot of brands, potentially. I'm not very squeaky clean when it comes to the actual... that kind of stuff. Like, from a like reputation standpoint, I'm as squeaky clean as they come. But like I say, I'm a degenerate with good PR. That's essentially what it is. Pog71, yeah. Definitely a sleeve sponsor for, like, Bournemouth in a couple of seasons. Right. Pandemic Cesaro. So I do not... I completely believe that. That's the risk as well, because, like, even though I've been a full-time content creator for a while, I've never reached a level where I was earning, like, good money. So I've never there hasn't been a lot of lifestyle creep for me. And that's probably been one of the reasons I wasn't so messed up when the stuff happened, you know? It exists, chat. Live streaming? Oh, no way. It's actually like... Of course it would be live stream related, wouldn't it? Oh, absolutely sensational work there, James. Genuinely, that is such a good cutout as well. That new Photoshop remove background feature is pretty sick. Speaking of, they have a new feature in Photoshop beta, and it's really cool. I tried it out on yesterday morning, actually. It's called Harmonize, and it is sick. Oh. Yeah, I'd love to do sponsorships like that. Just slightly off-kilter ones that are just a little bit random. I guess for someone like Sarah V, there probably wouldn't be a huge advantage to doing a sponsorship with someone like me. I don't think we're quite the right market for them. How much to dress as Batman? You mean Green Glacier as his hero? Well, I've done half of that already. So, I don't know, like £7. Oh. No presets. Oh, you don't like Harmonize? I tried it out yesterday. It wasn't as good as I saw it in the videos, but I think that it's got a lot of room to improve and could be extremely useful in the way that I like blending myself into backgrounds. Because when I'm doing Photoshop, I still don't really like any of their generative stuff. I know that is kind of that, but not in the same way. For me, the generative stuff in Photoshop doesn't look or act very good. I actually prefer to just blend things naturally with, like, stock images and stuff, so it looks more realistic. Which is what I did for the tree. The famous tree. Right. Bit rough. Yeah, I think it's just because it's still learning, right? The Adobe Express one? Really? One thing I do find that's really useful is Photoshop's cloud-based select subject. That is so much better than it used to be. Although it does help that because of the fact that I've got the setup that I have now, I can actually use my green screen in here, which is a lifesaver. Like, I bought that green screen 5 years ago. Vanderlay's off. 3.6 million. Do you know what? That's cool. He gets to go back to Brazil. I say back to Brazil. He's never played in Brazil. He's going back to Brazil. Was he even born in Brazil? Yes, that's fine. As long as he was born in Brazil. More reports. Love to see it. Dry ass skin. Maybe we could do a combination. We'll do like a skincare sponsorship to promote SAS 25. How about that? Was on the new show Destination X. Left during the first episode and missed his mum cooking dinner. What type of content creator was he? Also, I'm assuming he was fairly young then. How much was that? This is my scroll. Oh, dear. Right. So, Alex Howie's suspended anyway, so he's going to get a nice little rest. You're now back as you're going to be, but she is getting a nice little run of games, despite playing quite appallingly in them. I'm tempted to keep Claudio in, because he actually did okay. I swear there's someone playing the intro. Nice helpful one for the bodies there. Right, yeah, I'll leave that at that. Okay. Troyes, these guys are bobbins. They've won one game all season. They have Chavez Brown, which does make them like them a little bit. They've also got a VV Gorge. It's not quite Fanini George. They've got a VV Gorge. And Jafar Floranus. I think we made this joke last time we played against Troyes, but I'd just like to highlight it again because they have a player whose name is Jafar Floranus. Where was he born? Mahuma. Yes. Also, Curaçao International is just fun. Dennis Anderson, he's, we've been through a rough spell of games, to be fair. So that's probably part of the reason. Gorge is a surname. Apparently it is, yeah. Nimrod Gorge is 100% on the cards. One thing, I don't know if this is possible or not, because it might not work like that, is the Patreon regions. I don't know whether their names get added to the name pool. Hey, you want new material? Ask Troyes to sign some more funny named players, and the new material shall come a-flowing. Right, I was about to yell at them. We haven't done anything yet. They're 16th. We are the favourites. Let's do it. Cheddar is the first name. It is a football team. Aruba twice. Did he really? Was that before he declared for the Netherlands? Sports better. Yeah, I always find that the word celebrity is just... has sort of lost all meaning. That being said, you know whenever they announce things like, I'm a celebrity, and one of the people they'll have on there is like either a TikTok or something like that, and you'll get the usual takes of like, oh my god, this person isn't a celebrity, I've never heard of them. It's like, yes, we know, Carol, you're 72. Like, obviously you've not heard of them. They have 60 million followers. They're pretty famous though, Carol. Maybe sit the fuck down. Not that I care and watch it anyway, but it is just funny there's that dichotomy between like mainstream celebrity and online celebrity, that when the two meet, there's this weird sort of like two clashing waves of water and oil, you know? It's just interesting. Means throat in French. Whoa. Is that why you could say you gorge yourself on food because it goes down your throat? Exactly, they're more, I mean, to be fair, most of us in chat are more famous than Carol, let's be honest. Together, as a group. Literally, it'll be like, oh, well, luckily it's the Justice Minister from the Ted Heath government. Like, oh, brilliant. Someone's immediately looking up who that was. Oh, no, I totally do it too. No, I absolutely do. Because I'm old. Actually, no, I'm 25, chat, as we learned earlier. But... I find myself doing it too naturally, but I just don't make a big deal of it. I just kind of go, who are these people? Because even the thing is, they'll bring on a TikToker. This person, hypothetically, who has like 60 million followers. I'll have no idea who they are. Belnetche scored again. Oh, come on, you're on side though, right? Yes, he is. Come on, lad. Rule no Mr. Beast is, yeah, probably not. Newspaper comment section. Newspaper comment sections. What a place to be. Minister has a lordship. Oh, he 100% does. He's almost certainly... I say he. Let's be honest, it's probably he. He's probably no longer with us, let's be honest. Ted Heath was a while ago. I was just thinking of politicians and prime ministers from a very long time ago. It ain't my audience. Exactly. This is one of those things where I think that it's crazy these days. It's... what was it called? Bean soup theory. Which was basically how, like... This is more, I think, of a Gen Z thing, potentially, but still was definitely prevalent before. It just didn't have a name. Was the sort of localization of every... What on earth are we doing there? It's offside. So how does it affect me? And it's like, sometimes it's okay to admit that the thing and the piece of media isn't made for you, right? In the same way that we have the ability to look at an advert for example, a Easy Bake Oven and go, do you know what? I'm a 35-year-old man. I'm not the target audience for that Fisher-Price oven. But people don't seem to apply that same logic to other things, I find. Yeah, bean soup theory, that's the one. The phenomenon where people, upon encountering content that doesn't directly relate to them, shift the focus to themselves. And yeah. It's the seeing a recipe that looks really tasty and going, but I don't like carrots. Okay, then don't make the recipe. 2007. Was it actually? God damn it. I should have gone for something simple like transport, but no, I went for justice. Because I'm this close to putting on a Superman costume and scaling St. Stephen's Tower. Keisha. Oh, hang on. Let me try and get this correct, actually. Keisha? TN? Thank you for the follow. Let me know how to say it correctly, though, because I want to make sure I'm not doing you a disservice. What about... It is a little bit, but it's more specific, I think. Ah, dear. Right, we're 1-0 up. Chefing a little bit. Championship games... What happens again? I'm using Saz25. If you do !skin in chat, which James has just done for you there, you'll get a download link for the latest version of the skin, as well as a video guide on certain features of it. Although a lot of them, they're actually brand new and won't be in that video anyway. But no, I haven't seen Championship games collected. Do tell. Are they all Wrexham by any chance? That's the thing. That's why when you get someone coming to chat, which is very rare these days, because I'm not relevant enough, and we'll have the usual kind of, oh, well, I don't like this. And it's like, okay, that's fine. Then perhaps this content is not for you. And I'm okay with that. I'm no longer concerned with pleasing everybody. Like, obviously you want to reach the largest audience you can, but I'm also going to continue to be me while I do it, you know? And I'd like to think that I've done well enough now from an audience gathering point that clearly enough people like that, so that's okay. And I'm not concerned if a few people don't. Things they have to be have a question about the caps. No. It basically, as long as the letters are recognised, it's fine, James. So you could actually type it like in alternate caps and no caps, and it should still recognise it properly. I'm going to follow. Really? That's I always find it interesting when people that don't play and have never played FM still enjoy the content, because I'm always wondering to myself, what are you getting out of it at that point? But it might just be, I guess it's still interesting, isn't it? If it's like weird stuff in the game, it's still kind of fascinating, I suppose. I've watched content on games I've never played. Youth and Date Today, yeah, 100%. I have become Paradox Destroyer of Comedy. I'm Team U. To be honest, I'm Team U. Oh, wait, what have I done? I've done it again, haven't I? Right. I really have got to stop putting a second. I want to put Shehu back on the bench soon, or somebody else. We're only a goal up. It's a little bit squiffy. Still not totally pleased with Bow. Anderson's been better today, though, which is exciting. He does just lack a little bit of, I think he has low stamina, doesn't he? Do I bring on Laurentian? No, I'll leave him on. I might get Ualabi a little run out, though, for Nagalo, since we're winning the game currently. So that's Portsmouth. That makes sense. Those are actually good picks, because they are all derby games, right? Your team. Yeah. Come for the moisturiser reviews. That is a good point, actually. Yeah. Fair. Yeah, I've never once played... that's a good example. I have never played any Madden or NFL or college football game at all, but I still watch Not the Expert. I think it's Not the Expert. You know? Why, thank you. I've never been called fun or interesting before. I'll put that on my eulogy. I don't think I get to write my own eulogy. That'd be a bit unfair, wouldn't it? We are still fully in European contention. 100%. Just need someone to fill the silence and quiet the voice of my... Why would you want my voice filling that silence? The only reason I speak is to stop my... You know, I can't think and speak at the same time, which is very clear if you've ever heard me speak. Matt, thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome back. How's it going? Hope you're well. Oh, that's not going towards the goal. X and Y. Yeah, it's... Paul, the best example I can give to that is when people... This is like a Twitch... I should be burying that. It's like a Twitch relevant example is the I'm going to leave, where they say I'm going to leave, but it's like a really specific kind of like I'm going to leave to watch something better, and it's like, this isn't an airport. You don't need to like announce your departure. It's I don't blame you for watching something better. I really don't. There's a lot better out there. You just need to look. Please get the tackling. Oh no. Oh wow, we've hit the bar. Had the bar hit against us a lot lately. I'm doing excellent, my friend. It's lovely to see you back. How's life? Full price when I was younger and understood the disc. Wow. Oh no. So it wouldn't even play? That's wild. And it's a penalty. So we've got a bit of time now while that gets VAR'd. I used to play... The issue I have a lot of the time is I do have a games console, but I can't be asked to play games on it. Right? So... Just make it on PC. Like... If NHL brought out a game on PC, I'd be all over it. Stoyan's finally scored a penalty as well. That's our first penalty scored this entire week. Can I announce my arrival? Oh, I love a good arrival announcement. It lets me know you're here, and I get to make the same joke about each person that I do probably every single time, because I have a limited amount of references in my Rolodex. For example, FFC Dan pops in chat. Hi Dan, thoughts on the game? He's not even here, and I'm doing it. To be fair, I used to be like this. When I was younger, say I was at a mate's house and we were playing video games, I would genuinely enjoy watching my mate play video games. Don't know why, but I would enjoy that more than when I was specifically playing. So, for example, Does anyone remember a game called F-Zero X on the N64? Quality racing game. Easily one of the best games of that era. There was a thing called like Death Race or something as part of it, where you had to basically, it was like last man standing for the race. And we would just play that. He would do the race and I would commentate on it because it's almost like I was built for this. And we had such a blast doing that. And I don't know why I enjoy that, but I just kind of do. Did Travis Brown actually score? That is brilliant. Come on, Swiss. Oh, he's pulled it off. As if they've actually let him through. Anderson, come on. Oh, wait. It's a Wallaby. Come on, his first goal for the club. You'd love to see that. Oh, shit, that sucks, Matt. Just know that you've got this and you can turn this around, right? If I can turn things around, you can turn things around. Watching on playing. Yeah, I think it's games that have a really steep learning curve and are quite complicated. City Skylines being... I've played a bit of it, but I don't enjoy playing it as much as I love watching it. So watching people like City Planner plays and stuff. Basically. There's very few games that I enjoy watching as much as I love playing. For example, I don't like watching FM that much. I enjoy playing it. I watch a bit of Rocket League, but I don't really play it that much anymore either. The only game I think that I enjoy playing as much as I like watching it is Slay the Spire. Honestly. Rugrats came on PS about 20 times. I want to get going herself. But now she's obsessed with Rugrats. She's like traumatized by the sound of, was it Klasky Scoopo or whatever it was called? I didn't do that lookup, Hayden. I'm so sorry. I'll do it right now. Shit, the game. Yeah, I think it's just that... For example, I've played a good amount of Red Dead, but I really enjoyed watching a playthrough of Red Dead over Christmas a couple of years ago. Pog was working the entire time. I was a little bit miserable between during Gooch Week, and all I did basically for that entire week off was just I watched a Red Dead Let's Play. It was this guy called All the Shinies. It was really good actually, but like I got more joy out of watching that because he was someone that was really competent at it than me playing it myself. Talk again. I know. Isn't it awful when people talk about their loved ones? Streamers playing. Interesting. I do want to like... I haven't like got into like a new game for a very long time. I'm feeling like the next thing that might be would be Slay the Spire 2 potentially. Too lazy to play games. I get part of it might also just be because I'm doing this as a living. Sometimes it sounds stupid. Sometimes you just need a rest from it. Amazing amount of privilege on display there. Wrexham. Yeah, I mean they weren't going to not select Wrexham games, were they? Right? It's too much of a free hit for them, right? All the Shinies too. Really? That's kind of because that's quite a niche channel, isn't it? The problem is they've changed the way that they do the content. It's mostly streams now, and I realise there's an irony in me saying this. Enjoy watching stream VODs, particularly. I liked the way that he did them before, where it was broken down into individual like chapters for each game. Awful seeing you enjoy us. The thing is, Don, I was still enjoying myself while we were getting absolutely humbled in the league. It was just slightly more fun once we started winning as well. But even while we were losing, that became part of the content. I had a blast last night. Shazzy's going to get a nice little rest as well. Actually, I guess, yeah. To be fair, I have been feeling really, really exhausted this week in general. I just don't think I've been sleeping as well without Polk here. My heart rate overnight has been like 8 to 9 beats a minute higher than normal, which is really odd. Or if it's just because I'm not sleeping as deeply. In case I have to get up in the middle of the night and fight off all the, wrong-uns that live in Ely. I think I'm the only one. I have streamed something not FM before. Once. I think I also streamed Shower with Your Dad Simulator once too. That was way back in the day. But I did once stream Balatro. Briefly. As a bet with chat. Fight off the toilet rocks. When's they be expelled from the league? Well, I hope not. Because you don't want to see any club be in that kind of trouble. But if anything that gets rid of their owner, perhaps. That it needed to be. Oh, it absolutely did. But what I would say with that whole Kurt thing, now that we're sort of past that, is that at the end of the day, everyone's their own person. And I don't feel like they needed to react in the way that they did, if that makes sense, right? I think that it was one of those situations that definitely could have been handled differently, but some of the reactions from it were utterly insane. Like that entire week of just reactions to reactions to reactions was actually one of the craziest things I've ever experienced. That one time EFC... No, oh yeah, all the time. It was 2 in the morning, I would just stream FIFA. Shout out to... Yeah, someone bought it for me on stream. This is in 2020, and I did stream it once, I think. Future one, and that's fine too. I basically... Yeah, it would be not of any real concern to me. Apart from the FIFA guys that are already sort of entrenched in the FM community to begin with, like Manny, for example. Because, like, Manny obviously is from the FIFA background, but he plays FM loads and has already been in, like, showdowns in the past. When you have a game, when you wait for the next chance, can I find the heat map? Do you know how to find it? Okay. What skin are you using, DiPietro? Because it could come down to that. Are you using the same skin as me? Because it is quite a useful function. Oh, you're right, I did do Civ. That's a great point, actually. Sorry, you're right. I did stream Civ as well. Tom Z, Monique, and I streamed Civ one night as well. That was actually really fun. You were the best. We all got... Yeah, I mean, a lot of us were already quite unfamiliar with Stans, but I had never obviously spoken to Stans before because... You know, the guy's a massive streamer in a completely different, like, section of Twitch, but he is the nicest guy. He's so nice. And he was happy to, like, get involved as well and always be in VC with people and just a genuinely lovely dude. The exact type of people you want. Have another version. Oh, maybe. Have you considered... Honestly, if you haven't updated the skin for a while, please do. There's some really cool features. Like, insanely cool features that Saz has added to it. Oh, dear. Win the league. Oh, yeah, I've got to back my man, Clates. Like, Clates is just an incredibly good FM player, as is evidenced by that. Although, Jack does score a lot of goals, so it could just be a case of, like, he'll have a game where he's just so good. Already familiar with Stans. Exactly. I was familiar with Stans from stuff with Ludwig and stuff. Wow, this is a really bad... I suppose we are in Peru and Paraguay. If we got any good players in this, I'd be very impressed. Although, this guy's name is... I would pronounce his name as Herr Human, but obviously I realise it's Jair. Actually, is it Jair? Because he's Spanish, so it might actually be Jair. Juaman. Juaman! Who are the finalists? I don't know off the top of my head. Jack and Clates. Kev did get in there as well. Stan's got in there at number 8. Zims is in there too. Yeah, there's an updated version of Saz's skin. If you do !skin, those of you who don't have it, you can get it from there, and it just adds some really cool features. The one that you'll really enjoy is Next Gen list. Some of the themes that Saz added to the Next Gen list are... Oh, I didn't do the lookup. No. Honestly, James, on this occasion, that is a perfect reminder. Thank you. Sorry about that, Hayden. You feel free to mug me off. It's like right there. It's the only thing in the queue. I'm an idiot. I get distracted with all of our chit-chat. That's true. If Kev's in the playoffs, there's always the chance, right? You can't count out Kevy 7 times or whatever it is now. Is it Euros this summer? Who we got? We know the teams, but we don't know the groups. Bulgaria? Sick. Hungary in there as well? Arrogant and rude. Not two words I've ever used to describe Clates, and I just massively disagree. But that's fine. People are allowed to disagree on things, right? Okay. PSG will probably win that. Yeah, they're kind of running away with it now. I keep waiting for Nagalo's value to just skyrocket because he's just so goddamn good. It's like the game just goes, no. I think what the game is probably telling us is that he is like pretty much hitting up against the ceiling of his PA, my guess. But if he stays like this forever, I'm alright with that. He's wanted by someone now, though. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm willing to say that Nagalo is probably maxed out. He just had a lot of football really early in his career. Given that his value is still quite low, and he's wanted by Red Bull Salzburg. I actually can't show it because basically the next gen list screen. What Saz has basically managed to do, I don't know if anyone's right near that in game right now, I can actually show it. It displays so much more information about the players when you get the next gen report through. It's just so much more interesting to look at, basically. I don't know if we're going to get to March 31st today, but if we do, I'll try to show you later on. Because I don't know how... We've got like a game a week now, so we should actually get there potentially. So yeah, the skin itself isn't... The skin itself is SAS 25, but the next gen list is like that thing that comes through on March 31st every season where it gives you like the 50 best young players. A wacky tactic. I mean, hey, you're in the right place. I think we'll still get another 3 or 4 seasons out of Nagalo before he has to be replaced. That's my sort of theory on him. Because his attributes are just so good, it's going to be hard for us to find someone who's going to get better than him immediately. In fact, he's the kind of guy that might only have like 140 PA or something, but is so perfectly balanced with his attributes that it might not matter. I love players like that because they're not usually that expensive to buy. I mean, we have paid a good amount of money for him, in fairness. George, just for me taking so long, Head, I'm going to give you your points back because it wasn't even anything interesting to show you. 4.95 for stars. I actually don't know. It should just be the latest version of the skin that's in there. Like, I'll be honest, I haven't actually looked. Oh, there you go. Chaser's informed you, yeah. I'm a lazy boy. I don't actually download it from there. Saz just sends me versions of the skin through Discord. I just dump it in my files. Shows the wages. I think it does actually, yeah. But I wish I could. It's hard to explain all the cool stuff that it shows, but it shows a lot of cool stuff that just makes that screen that much more interesting. I think it even shows little snippets of some of their attributes too if you actually have that scouting information available for you. Oh yeah, no. Nagalo is a player that is better than the club is currently playing for. But I think what's going to happen is over the next few years, if we continue to improve with the young players we've got, slowly he will drop further and further down to being like level with those guys and then a little bit deeper down there after that. But that's fine. I think it's going to be a while, yeah. I think it's still a good investment, even if we never see like a sell-on value from it, right? Harry, thank you for the follow. I think you can read into a lot about a player's PA, especially when you're in a league like this, by the value that they've been assigned based on the quality of the player. So, for example, if we just look at the best players at our club right now, that's sorted by CA. So, Barnetche, I reckon he's got a bit of PA about him because his value is enormous. Whereas Nagalo, much lower. Anderson somewhere in the mid-range, as is Alec Chowie. Stoyan, actually, I think he's lost a bit of value. Ruggieri's always been around there. Jordan has an annoying amount of value now that he's moved. Kilaza, oh, he's got a huge value. Conan's okay. Bauer's sort of middle of the road. Habila, massive value there as well. Bashir, loads of value. But then you've got, like, Evans is obviously garbage and stuff like that. I suppose, why do you think they're lying? Is it because of the reputations of players and stuff like that? Oh, Patrick Mbappe's just got a hattie against Lille. Champion worth. Champion is no longer considered our key. Yeah, Shazli, I think the reason he didn't show up there is because he's not available for the next game, but he's worth about 90 million as well. So our hot prospect is now Binder, which either means Binder's developing really nicely or Champion isn't as good as we thought. Where is Champion? There it is. So he's still worth 18 to 28 million. Wanted presumably for a lot to lose. It's pretty impressive. He's a national standard player, so I think if he did go to Toulouse, that would not be a lot of game time for him there, unfortunately. Manka is apparently verging on first team level. Not sure I'd agree with that, honestly. I like him, though. How's the one I'm really excited about is Nicholas Tucci, although I'm a bit worried about the fact that his PA seems to have taken a bit of a hit. What the hell's this? Okay, well, apparently... Ooh, did he actually start playing matches? Is that what it was? Either way, he's doing okay. It definitely has gone down a little bit, for sure. Yeah, they're actually not going to win this league now by the looks of it. Mehic has done bits. Coulter massively. I think it will do. I almost think it can't not improve. Yeah, Vincent Champion is the guy, for those of you who are unaware, that we bought for £1. And then he turned out to be worth an absolute fortune. I'm going to try Stoyan on the right today. I'm also going to get back into the bench Habila, because we need that extra right back available for us. And I do think Habila clearly has something about him. Not that he's really offered much. He has got a goal, actually, which is a bit weird. Right. How's Claudio done in those last couple of games? He's been okay, but the rating is heavily swayed by his performances in the Cup. Bauer's been properly arse lately. I'm trying to think to myself, how much longer do I give him before I just go, actually, Binder gets the rest of the season. Bauer's getting sold in the summer, for sure. £1. Yeah, £1. So basically... he was worth basically nothing, so I offered them literally nothing for him, and then they said no. So me just being a dick offered them £1 and they accepted it. Turns out they had their price and I met it. Alec Chowie's back in the team as well now, actually, so that's okay. Finally we can get both of these two together. Yeah, it's because basically whenever we've played him at left back, let's just show you a comparison. Never mind. I was about to... Oh, you were about to look so silly, but then it turns out it was me that looked so silly. I was about to be like, yeah, but whenever he's played left back, he's been absolute shite. Well, turns out I was wrong. He's been kind of mid in both positions. I think it's just because Ruggieri has been genuinely good. I mean... he's been all right as well. Good. Sausage rolls, you'd love to see it. Oh, is Conan on the bench? Oh, yeah, shit. Probably don't need Smatesy on the bench, do we? Yeah, I've been hoisted, firmly. Yeah, Stoyan was getting a lot of reds when he was left wing back. But that was last season, so I think the slight switch in tactic has actually helped him as well. The thing I like about Stoyan is that he can play both roles, and that is still useful. Although it feels like he's had a bit of a value drop lately as well. He does like that. He's a very solid player. But he is a better defensive player than I think he is really going forward. He does like lacks the dribbling. His passing's pretty good though, which is really useful for this role. Yeah, that'll do. We're basically back to nearly full strength, I'd say. Probably with the exception of Shazley and Claudio, I'm not convinced by yet. Try fixing left back yet. That was the whole thing. We have well, we tried fixing it and ended up making the tactic better. The rating's still a little bit iffy from time to time, but it does seem to have improved. The issue with this guy, I think, is I'm going to have to, if we are going to sign him, he needs to be like insanely good for us because he is worth 14 million quid. And that's a lot. Won't hit a max PA. Maybe. I mean, to be fair, if Stoyan does have high PA, I think he will unlikely to reach it just because he spends most of his time in the clubs. So I don't blame him there. Been the rest of the season. I think, do you know what? I think you might be right. I think this is Bauer's last chance. If I don't see better than a 6.7 in this game, then Binder's in for the rest of the season. Because I think we need to give him football at this stage in his career now. I'm hoping that we can see a load of development over the second half if we do give him football. I'll just contract down. Yeah, Champion is definitely going to get... The only way Champion doesn't make us profit is if, as you say, he runs his entire contract and leaves for free. But I think he's got enough about him that even if he never really becomes a first-team player for us, because he's maybe not that good, although I think he could be, but I think he lacks some physical attributes that probably will never really allow him to be a first-team player for us. He could definitely be the sort of player that in a couple of years, though to be fair, he's still quite young, maybe even 3 or 4 years, we end up selling to like a bottom half team for maybe 10, 12 million quid. And that would still be pure profit all the way. Sell him for £2. Double your money. Why not? It did seem like once we made Stoyan captain, he did improve. I wonder if that was just because, this is me role-playing a little bit here, but we gave him responsibility and he had to sort of take his life a bit more seriously at that point, you know? We put him in charge of some people. It's like a coming-of-age film, right, with a troubled teen. He is him. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Right, breakaway chance, please. Anderson, what are you doing? Great save. Kilaza's bailed us out so many times this season. Oh. 600k. Do you know what? I'd still take it. Hello, Sondel. Sorry, Sondel. Why am I struggling here? Soldy. That took 50% sell on. You'd actually get quite a lot of money for that just because Top Flight France. It'd be nice to see Mets come back up. Ah, shit, Barnetto's hurt. A common theme. Right. This is definitely Uwalabi territory. Says he now can actually play the role. He's got the speed. Maybe doesn't have this. He's one of the, basically, to me, he's just another guy that's probably going to end up reaching the levels of like a Bright or Saji type of player who will play okay for us for a couple of seasons, develop to a reasonable level, get his value up to sort of £7-8 million, and then we ship him off to a random team promoted from the promoted to the Premier League or something. Which is absolutely fine by me. And then we'll just replace him with the next guy on the line like that. Because at the end of the day, for the time being, they're always going to be behind Nagalo. Another lesser Swiston. Yeah. I think he will still get game time, just on account of the fact that Swiston is never going to be the guy that is going to play... Like, I mean, we have a 34-game league season. There's no way that Swiston is ever going to... Oh, hello, Bauer might actually be doing something here. Come on, Herbert. Okay, right there. That's the sort of stuff. He has to be scoring those. Bauer of last season, even... and certainly of the first season, is burying that 9 times out of 10. But this Bauer just does not seem to have the minerals anymore to take those chances. Or because he's off the ball. Yes, now that he's completed the role, I might actually do this now, because otherwise I will literally forget. Can I do that? He's got enough of familiarity. Oh, yeah, that is... Oh, and his decisions as well, to be fair. Attacking movement on him could be spectacular. That would actually... This is the sort of thing that could revolutionise his game. I think the other thing that's really helped Tristan this season especially is getting that PPM of beating the offside trap. Like, his goal-scoring exploits this year have been ridiculous. It's the post again. Our best defender has been the post lately. Selling a player for £1. Here we go! The pound coin has been dropped into the slot. Yeah, I think that game's already finished. That was the early kickoff, wasn't it? Because Patrick Mbappe's kind of cooking. Wow, Troyes might actually be about to win another game. They don't do that here. God, the bottom three really are completely adrift, aren't they? We've been very average. against a kind of team. I think this is what's happened. What's Bauer up to? Yeah, 6.6. Velasquez is chefing today. We just can't see anything else going. Leave Arne alone? No. I'm going to bully him. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. I knew there was a second one in there. They're like buses. They always come together. Okay. Twa have a guy called Al Turkey. Majic, you're probably right, but the issue with Majic, is I don't think he has any kind of development ceiling, and I feel like we'd almost be wasting a chance for development on a player by playing him instead. Oh, that's a save. That was very similar to the goal we didn't score it, but the one that Foden scored last night. Yeah, the bottom teams are truly just stinking up the place. Ooh, Alavi's struggling a little bit. Bauer's on a 6.9. He might well get another... he could actually get a stay of execution here at this rate. But Majic is tearing it up for the big team. It's just... that is a big step up. Right, what are we thinking here? Claudio has been arse. So Conan's in. Bauer's done okay, but Binder's going to come in anyway. Because I just like him. Ruggieri's done well. I'm going to bring Habila in. PPM, I mean, hey.
So I tell
like,
the swamp donkey
the PPM shout was goated, frankly. It's worked out very, very nicely. Like, we're never going to get more than 30 games in the league a season out of Tristan because he's always going to have missing games through injuries because it's in his culture. He's an injury-prone man. I'm amazed we've got as many games out of him this season as we have, to be honest. He's been I don't think he's missed more than like one game in a row. And they've only been like minor injuries. We've not had like a 3 or 4 week injury on Tristan. Now, admittedly, I have taken him off in this game, but again, that was only a minor injury as well. So I'd like to think that it's only going to be a small one. Although, us not winning this game, there's a lot of chances in this game that have really led to absolutely nothing for either team. Nobody can hit the target, it seems. Binder's not done a lot off the bench, but he does have low match fitness. I might still move to him anyway and hope that we can get like a massive development curve out the rest of the season. I mean, it's going to be a clean sheet, but this was a game we probably could have done better in. Save my save. Oh, go on then. Ask away. We'll see if we can fix it together. It's going to be like trying to fix an issue in France through the other side of the Channel Tunnel, but we'll try. I'm going to yell at them. You've got to yell at them from time to time. Hang on. Marcus Hus? Sorry if I've said that incorrectly, or it might just be Scores, but thank you for the follow nevertheless. Or even Tack for the follow. £1 player, let's go. Is it like a £1 fish? Yeah, Arifi was one of our slightly misguided appointments. Who was that other guy? That insanely expensive Croat? Was it Drillon Zanelli? That was another absolute swing and a miss as far as strikers go. I think that was with Treaty United, was Drillon Zanelli. Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to fix your save, turn on the Spanish 4th tier, hoover them up, and you're good to go. Pretty much from that point onwards. Yeah, Champions League is looking bleak for us at this point. Lons are actually surprisingly good this year. We just need to sort of 7th or better. And I think we'll probably likely be able to get the hated Arifi. He just wasn't very good. Bruised ankle. You're getting better there, Tristan. He's played 23 games. He has actually missed 1 league game this season for us. That's very impressive for a man who's that injury prone. To have only managed to miss 1 game. 16 goals, 19 in all comps. I could see 25 out of him in all comps. I think Bartos cost more than that. I hate to say it, but I think Bartos cost even more. And I was right, it turns out. I mean, we never got a chance to see him be good, but he was definitely good. Got a job offer at Reading, took the Championship, got the job offer at Bournemouth, so now I've got them to the Champions League back-to-back seasons. 2 FA Cup wins, but now all the players want to leave for a better club. In that sort of situation, it's one of these ones that it's kind of tough to unravel because it depends on how you've been handling recruitment with them. If you've been signing young and trying to keep a steady conveyor belt of youth talent coming through, then sometimes it's okay to let one of those players go if you've got some more guys in the pipeline. But always making sure you've got long-term contracts on a lot of guys. If they've got a decent length of deal, don't be afraid to say no. You can piss them off for a little bit, or you can try to go through the pipeline of different negotiations with the players themselves. So i.e., when they come to you and say, I want to leave to go to a bigger club, there's like a checklist I work through of things to do. So firstly, asking the captain to help them. Most of the time that doesn't work anymore because that feature's kind of busted at this point, to the point where it's almost unusable. At that point, your next best bet is to, if you can at the start of the window, and you've got a guy who, well, that's 3 suspensions, who like regularly is happy to like stick around when clubs come in, upset that player, then tell them they're a key player and they'll be willing to stay. Then after that, in those meetings, you'll get 2 options. Either you can tell this player that, well, this guy was happy to stay. I find that works quite nicely too if that player is a team leader. The other option there at that point is to hit them with the, but you're an influential player. Now, obviously, you'll have to check before the game, before the meeting, if that's the case. But if they are an influential player, or even a highly influential player, often if they have the right personality, just telling them that can make the difference. If none of that works, then it is okay to just piss the player off, right? Especially if they've got a long-term deal. Say they've got 2 or 3 years left. Don't worry about it. They'll get over it. The moment that club drops their interest, and they probably will because they'll have to sign someone else, that's the point where you can try and offer them a new contract. Usually they'll get it. A quiz between boys and girls. Girls choose flags as one word to the travel agents. That's true. I mean, I knew flags before I started playing FM, so it's kind of just like carried over naturally. Oh, dear. The allergies are allergying today, friends. I think it's that absolute... That's hilarious. It's bright and sunny now. So when I went for my run this morning, I was like, oh, I just kind of got to get this done. No sooner had I stepped out the door, but the heavens opened and proceeded to just piss it down for the next hour. I was wringing my top out while I was running around. It weighed so much when I got back. That's probably just me, though. And now it's just beautiful, bright sun. Typical. Although it would be nice to go fishing later in this weather, I suppose. But yeah, so what you need to do at that point, but in amongst that, your other thing that you want to be doing is trying to focus on signing young players that you can hopefully develop. That's the key thing. It is the biggest thing I say, and it's what I sat there in my garden telling everybody on Patreon a couple of weeks ago. You've got to be thinking future. The second you get to the club, be thinking, right, okay, cool, we're stable-ish for now. What can I do in 5 years? What players can I bring through that can keep this club going? Because the only way to bridge those gaps, those big sides, and unless you get a sudden influx of money, is to build the players yourselves. It's massive. Yeah, farming youth players is the crucial thing. Holiday fruit. Interesting. I guess it's because it's having to process less stuff, right? Oh, yeah. So what does it you actually want to see, Andrew? You still want to buy a Toulouse, right? Yeah. A loan for champion. Well, it's February, so unfortunately, he is dev listed, I think. Yeah, so he is loan listed. Just no one's actually coming for the bid for him yet. But in time. Has he really even developed? So, well, I dread to think what you'll do. Wow, what's that? Well, is that his jumping reach? Hang on, I want to see what that was. Where's the orange one? Is that his heading? No. Oh, it's his jumping reach. What the hell happened here? Did bro just like get a... He must have just got some lifts in his shoes. I'm not seeing a huge amount of development, and what I am seeing is in places that I'm like, like, does his long shots need to go up by 1? Non-negotiable. Yeah, I mean, what I need to do is basically just get a ficus so I can stick in the corner of the room. No, there's requests, Matt. We have a song request bot these days. It does it all for me. It's brilliant. Bought a stepladder. Maybe. This is my stepladder. My real ladder. I left home when I was 6 years old. He's not bad. I just don't think he's going to be a worldie. Dennis Anderson has flattered to deceive, but if nothing else, is just great. Growth spurt. Literally. To be fair, that's actually every chance that is exactly what it was, because he was around about the age of 16 when that happened. And usually you get like an inch or two of growth on those players. At least one, right? Maybe? For the longest time, we signed him when he was 15, yeah. Which is even more surprising that that club would randomly sell us a 15-year-old for £1. I feel like we're veering into territories that we don't want to be in for that point, right? Oh, a scouting update, my favourite. It's gone after the first month of the season. Yeah, at that point, it really is just a case of then still YouTube like. I'm not sure what you mean, Matt. Basically, I've got it set up so that the sounds don't go through. Oh, Oh, not 506 players. Right, okay, George. I was like, hey, you've got a loan farm bigger than me. Respect. There's Nelson Lazo. He better have no work rate. Damn it, Nelson. You had one job. Harry Poppins, thank you very much for the follow. Step in time. Right, scouting update. Oh, 96 players. Most of which will be... There's still absolute gash. Oh, the Botswana... The guy from Botswana, Jamaica, wasn't any good. Disappointing. In fact, Christ, half this list isn't any good. But that's okay. We expect that. Okay, any older players that we don't want to sign? Well, kind of no. Anyone crazy expensive? Yes. Oh, he's not Eintracht Frankfurt. Okay, wow. I'm assuming he was a player that was at a different club before. Maybe I scouted him when he was at Ferenc. 31 million. Oh my god, this guy's insane. I tell you what, right? Wow. This guy is very fucking good. The music game. No, I've got Spotify running, Matt. Basically, the way I have things set up is I have an audio controller built into OBS now. So it's a scene that all of my audio is routed through, and then I can separate it under different tracks per application and filter what goes through the stream and what doesn't. So, for example, the Spotify music will be played through the stream, but it doesn't go onto the Twitch VOD. So if you watch a clip, it won't have music on it. And if you watch the VOD, it doesn't have music on it. It's how I can play copyright music on stream and get away with it again. This... Oh, tell you what, right? 31 million is well worth it. This guy is obscenely good. Look at his attributes. Likes the lob goalkeeper is just fun. Long range. Tries long range what? I'm guessing it's long range passes. He just loves everything from range. Tries long range free kicks, long range pass. He's just everything from a distance. I bet he's got a really loud voice as well, model citizen. Sorry, I just wanted to marvel at that guy's insaneness. Oh, there's a McAllister at Leeds United. Valentino McAllister of the McAllister clan. What if he's related to, well, the McAllisters? Oh, he's a wonder kid. Definitely some players that we've missed out on there, I'd say. Okay, so there's 28 players there. Some of these we don't know so much about. Is that Armenian in there? Ooh, an overpriced Belgian called Stein Hardy. That's my type of cup of tea right there. Andorran, who, hello. 16-year-old Andorran called Paul Hernandez. He's one to keep an eye on. More information required, but that's still exciting. Christ, do we know anything about any of these players? Cheers to them. Put down the Belgian. Never. You can pry him from my cold, dead hands. Wait, there's a free Frenchman in there. We'll come back for him later. Right, there's actually only a few players worth looking at here. So there's Stig Ransborg, who we already looked at in the past, but we didn't like him because he was a mercenary, if I recall, and £9 million, which is a lot for a player from Silkeborg. We've got Darko Rezic, who I still do really like. He's a bit fun, isn't he? And he's French, for some reason. I have no idea why. He has what we like to call match engine physicals. 17 agility, 16 balance, 15 pace, 14 acceleration. His dribbling is 17. No, we have an inverted winger on the right. So anticipation and composure, so easy to improve. Our wide roll isn't really a crossy roll. Not on the right, anyway. Gets forward wherever possible. Shoots from distance we'd have to get rid of because he only has 5 long shots. Born in France or Croatia? I guess he must have been born in France, right? No, he's born in Zagreb. That's so strange. Yeah, the fact that he could also do a job as a CM. He does kind of tick a lot of boxes, actually, for a Messi type of CM. Consistent as well. What sort of budget are we working with? Oh, we have 15 million. Of course we do. I forgot that we had all the Asagi money. He's wanted by Milan. Is this like another Barnecce type of moment where the fact that Milan are the team that want him is an indication that perhaps we should get in on this action? Because this would give us a really, really strong right-hand side. Because we'd have Nagalo then, but we could have Darko Rezic in behind him. I'd be willing to pay 5 million for him. The other thing I really like is this. Is that little extra half star. Question is whether he would actually even sign for us. He would. High wage, but he doesn't want to play loads. I think I'm going to, yeah, treat yourself. We sold Asagi for stupid money. Was it 15 million pounds we sold Asagi for? So if we bring in a guy who's arguably nearly as good as him for like 5 million, even if the wages are a bit higher, then we've still gained 10 million out of the deal, and we might get a guy that could exceed him. Let's see. It's that extra half star. You don't see it very often. 4.3. Okay, let's see if I can just get straight up 4.3. I'll leave that in there. Okay, you drive a hard bargain. This is a little bit more than I would have expected. 50 league appearances, 800k. That's only 400. This stuff here I'm absolutely fine with because it's very little in the grand scheme of things. Like, having to pay nearly $1 million after 50 games, that's going to at least be 3 seasons. We could put that to 2.5 million to try and knock that down to 5. I'm okay with that. So if he gets 10 Croatia caps, I'm happy to give them essentially the equivalent of like a couple of little signings in a few years' time. The 50 league appearances is barely anything, and every league game he plays we owe them 40 grand. That's not that much really. That's 400k over the course of 10 games, and 5 million overall. It's a Euros year. Yeah, but the fact is, if he gets in the Euro squad, then clearly it's Croatia. He's most likely behind, and he's uncapped, which means we can do some cheekiness on his contract. Because he's going to want like 15k a week or something, isn't he? Which is a good amount. But I think he's worth it. I love the fact that he's got French second nationality too. That makes me like him more in a way. Just because we are in France. Right. So that's him done with for the time being. Insane guy at Torino. Oh, you're fun. Tell you what, right? If we were still looking for wide midfielders, Salvatore Cassese is actually really fun. Can't really cross to save his life, but he, as you say, is probably a CA'd out guy. The issue is, of course, he's at Torino, so you're having to pay Italian tax for him. It's a lot, and it'd be a hell of a risk. He's a good player, though. James Guerra. Not good enough to break the bank for a guy who's non-EU yet. So now that we can get the we've got the Spanish affiliate, which definitely will help. Partially, normally I would agree, but right now it's all right. Random dude who's an Armenian that came through at Lille is fun. Yeah, I think he does like a little bit of the tackling. We've also got Tonchi Matrian. Nah, he isn't it. But that's okay. Barnsley actually doing quite well. No, no, they're not. Salford's still in the playoffs though. Right. Now, Maltese players are incredibly hard to find any good ones, basically, because Malta's youth rating is just so unbelievably bad. It's almost impossible to find anyone good. I'd be amazed if there was a single Maltese player in this save that's even touching like 110 PA, probably. Okay. Now, what do I do? Is it... No, it's not club, is it? It's general. Place of birth. Contains... Now, there's a lot of Hungarians appearing here, which suggests that there's a play. Actually, what we want is... Oh my god, there's 2 of them! Wait, why is there a guy at RB Leipzig? What? Local lad Justin Barry? Oh, now I'm excited. I want to look at Mark Vaughan first, because I'm pretty certain he's a face in the game. Came through at Cambridge United. Makes sense. I swear he's a face in the game. But usually he comes through at a much bigger side. Does that mean that Mark Vaughan is from Ely? I never knew that. Also, how's it going, Inferno? Oh yeah, Vaughan is a face in the game for sure. I remember on, I think, the Tromsø save, he was like an absolutely goated centre-back at Barca. That on itself is interesting. I'm more interested in the guy that's at RB Leipzig. What's the betting he came through at Cambridge United as well? West Ham. Justin Barry came through at West Ham. Went to Velociraptor Venlo as well. Hull. And then somehow West Ham managed to blag 10 million out of RB Leipzig for him. And there he was. Made his international... Wait, he has 7 England caps. I'm so confused. How on earth does this man have England caps? He barely plays when he's actually got a club. In what world was this guy ever good enough to get England caps? Like, he never played for West Ham in the Prem, pretty much. Played in the Championship. Played a little... He had 1 season at Leipzig where he actually played. Then was loaned to Fiorentina and played a little bit. Then back at Leipzig and he's still sort of playing. Are England just really short of centre-backs? To be fair, we're a threatening bunch. Like, he's not bad, but it seems odd to me that England would not have better... Bear in mind, he's almost certainly been partnered next to Barry Garlow Jr. in the England backline. Because it's... Jerry Ainsworth is... Oh my God. These are the kind of... I mean, obviously, Barry Garlow Jr. is also insane. Yeah, I might actually scout him. I'm just curious. There's another Vaughan there. Okay, we'll have a look at both of you. For the Maymays. Nice to get a local lad. North Ferriby United. That's a team I haven't thought about in a long time, actually. Damn, they fell off hard. What the hell happened there? But yeah, he is definitely facing the game. Usually he's a lot better than that, though. And... Oh, it's a song request. Nice. Sick. English Rabbit. Maybe, yeah. Like, he's not a bad player. But I'm just surprised, given some of the players that haven't got England caps. Right. Has the same interest in joining Newcastle, Milan and Inter. I like that Newcastle and Inter are in this conversation, despite the fact that they don't even apparently want him. Oh, yes. I was hoping he'd go for that. 14k a week. Not super high. Club games... Right. 25 games. He wants 25k. So we'll have to offer him a fairly large cap clause, which I will. Of maybe like 26.5. Now, bear in mind, our match highest earner clause is triggered currently at 30. So we've got to be careful and keep things under that. Still quite a good amount. But if I could tie him down on one of these contracts, I'd be very pleased. Ah, shit. Okay, he wants a bit more money for some reason. I guess because I got rid of that clause. I still think I could cook with this. I might have to have a slightly smaller boat clause, perhaps, of like a 2-year boat. I might have to offer him like 27 there, maybe. See if we go for that and a higher base wage. Yes, nice. Okay, cool. That'll do. I like him. It's a lot of money, but I think it could well be worth it. And it will allow us, because we have looked a little bit light since losing Osagi. I know he was more of a bench option for us, but I feel like he did offer us some good depth off the bench that we were kind of lacking since then. Like, we got the money, but I just like the sort of security that he'll hopefully give us. And we're at home against Stade Rennais next, which is perfect. Then Marseille, then the Tiddies. Our running doesn't look too heinous, actually, which is kind of nice. Wow. It's not every day. We've been looking at Rezic for a few seasons, I think, because he's now 19. But just never pulled the trigger because I wasn't sure what his attributes are looking like. But it definitely seems like he's had some development in his attributes over the last certainly the last season especially. And I suspect that's probably coincided with him actually playing football. Now then, who is still left in the French Cup? Because this is probably going to matter as far as Europe goes. Lille, Lorient, Cannes, and Paris Saint-Germain. Right. Lorient and Cannes are both not top flight, are they? So best case scenario here is a Lille versus PSG Cup final. We don't want Cannes or Lorient getting anywhere near that. Where even are these guys? So Cannes are there and Lorient are there. That's crazy. Oh, what about that team that got promoted when they had no right to be? Oh my God. Shout out to FC Marc-Andre Fleury. This is the team that got promoted while coming 10th in the 4th tier. So they had no right to be promoted whatsoever. They had a neutral goal difference. They came 10th last season and were automatically promoted. And somehow they're actually 7 points above the drop zone. Fair play. They must have invested. Or they were just like buried by all the B teams. Maybe they were actually just quite good and the B teams were just better. Also, Troy Moses is just cutting about there as well. How they got promoted. Basically, in the 4th tier of France, there's loads of B teams, but B teams aren't allowed past the B team. Aren't allowed past the 4th tier. And they just so happened to be in a league that had 10 B teams in it. They finished behind 9 of them. Meaning that they were the highest ranked team in that league that weren't a B team. And as a result, they essentially won the league and were promoted automatically. Technically, they could have even come 11th because there was another B team that finished below them. It was mental. Saint-Etienne have kind of fallen off a lot. They do have a Mauritian manager, though, so that's fun. So they got relegated in one of the first seasons of the Save, never got back up again, and have spent the last 4 years just mulling about in the 3rd tier of football. They've kind of just disappeared entirely. They're semi-professional. That's mental. I didn't realise they were semi-pro, but yeah, this is a semi-pro team playing in a 42 capacity stadium. Yeah, they got relegated in real life, but then they came back up and then went down again. That's cool, though, that they've got Jonathan Brew. He's great at lifting weights, though. In the gym, they call him Iron Brew. And we did those guys? Yes, we did. Nice. But yeah, that's what happened to them. They can hold their own. I suppose what it could be is that the B teams were just genuinely quite good. So it made them look worse just because they happened to get unlucky. So, for example, this season, there's no, like... none of the 4th tier leagues have more than about 6 B teams in it, and I think there's at least one decent side in each league. Let me just show you, actually, because I did actually look at this off stream the other day, but I'm pretty certain that most of them... So there's quite a lot in this one, but you can see that Chambly are already promoted. Hang on a minute. Yep, no, they are. This lot here, Chambly, are already promoted because the next nearest team that's actually allowed to be promoted is these guys here, Blois Foot, 41. And they are, speaking of 41, 22 points clear of them. Amazing. So this is a bit like that as well. The B one's not got quite as many. That's the league that we're in. Obviously, we're not allowed to be promoted out of that. So it looks like Créteil are promoted out of that one. Jasmine's got 16 goals this season in this league. Oh, maybe there's a chance for inequality. He just doesn't look that good. At this level, he's goated, obviously. And in this league, there's not many of them in here. We do have, though, FC Borgo. That's short for Football Club Borgo, don't you know? For being second. I think there's only one promotion spot in this league, if I recall correctly. As much as it looks like that, I think you can only get one promotion spot. You can still be the champion, and that's why there's 2 green bars, but you don't actually get promoted unless you are the top league, basically. Yeah, Goal FC as well. You'd think that stands for goal. It doesn't. It stands for Grand Ouest Association Lyonnaise. Because, yes, I looked that up as well. Had to, right? Exclusive. Sochaux signed 15-year-old Van... Oh, you can't see. One sec. Vincent Champion from Valenciennes for just £1. Here we go. Unbelievable but true. Sochaux have completed the signing of a 15-year-old midfielder. He's a centre-back, actually. Vincent Champion from Valencia for a symbolic fee of just £1. Yes, £1. A move almost unheard of in modern football, but a bold statement from both sides. While the fee may be tiny, expectations around Champion or anything, but despite not making a senior appearance for Valenciennes, Champion has been turning heads in youth circles with his intelligence, composure, and vision far beyond his age. Sochaux have now moved swiftly and decided to snap him up before others could make a move. We're not just buying a player, we're investing in the future leader of this football club. Damn. Here we go. Someone laugh at the £1 deal. Smart, excited. What about that? And there he is. Do you know what he needs, chat? That. I realised that joke would have worked better if I'd actually clicked the right button first, but bit of skin blemishes. Hey, buddy, get yourself on the CeraVe. Problem solved. You will be a delight to look at. Bit of paint job down here. We go. Oh, yes. Love that. Put that on a white jumper. You've got 90s retro. It's brilliant. Jura Sud Foot. Jesus, they came second and then 14th. On the loose change shortlist. It's like a before picture of me. I was a champion the whole time and you know it. Also, can we just talk about the fact that the top scorer in this league is a guy called Friedrich Unkololo. Amazing name. And what else we got? One other. I think this one has... Yeah, it doesn't have that many of them. It's this team here that are going up called AES... You sure? And I am. I'm very sure. Nice. We've actually got £4 million in the bank. Look at us go. A job interview. Oh, nice. A job as an information controller. What does that... I realise that this is one of these things where I say out loud, what does that entail? And then chat goes, well, Matt, you see, he's going to control information. But I want more. Give me more. Mentoring review. Oh, good. Runs with ball down right. I mean, it could be worse, I guess. Could also be a lot better. Oh, more improvements for Elak Chowie. Nice. The more of that, the better. He's just a good player. Adam Cooper's getting his coaching badges. National A license. Love to see. Any good youngsters? The same good... Actually, I say that. We have just signed a guy... Oh, I say signed. We've agreed a deal for a player for... Actually, quite a lot of money. Nearly £8 million in total. Who we think could be a really good option on the right-hand side as like a backup to Nagalo with a chance to maybe come forward and maybe be the guy that eventually overtakes Nagalo on the right side once we eventually move beyond him. But it's going to be a while. Affiliates with it depends. When you ask for an affiliate, you can... I think you have to have a good enough relationship with your board, and then they'll let you pick the affiliate. But you don't always get the choice. Like, luckily, last time we did get the choice to pick the affiliate. Are they still annoyed at me because I haven't developed players from the youth academy? Supporters love me, and I don't blame them. The atmosphere is very good right about now. Send that around again. A few more trials coming to an end. A few more of these. We're into sort of the part of South America where if we do find anyone great, they'll be extra great because they'll likely be incredibly cheap as well. Yeah, I think it just takes a little while. Flip for profit. Basically, we don't have the finances to do that because often those players, they're great, but they cost a lot of money in wages, and we can't afford to break our wage structure to bring those guys in. Also, in March, any player that's like available in March is not likely to be that good anyway. That's more of a thing you can kind of do right in, say, well, literally the 2nd of July is the best time to do it. Just get them out and say, really, do they just hand you them? That's the sort of stuff that I'd like to see change for like the next... like game cycle. So I just blocked my ear up. That's really annoying. Ah, fuck. Bear with. I've got this. I think I have fixed it. There we go. Nice. Right, okay, that's fine. Pearson? Who's Pearson? Oh, wow. Jamal Lowe's Inter are actually doing some fun stuff. Like, this guy, Rob Pearson, is being touted as the next gen winner potentially, but he's already moving to Inter. Can we see a bit more about Jaleel Lawrence yet? Oh, he's a fun player. Exciting. Yeah, I always get a bit like that. It's just, luckily I know how to fix it most of the time, but it is still quite annoying. But yeah, as for freebies, basically, we're not at the level where we have the kind of wage budget available to be doing that yet. It's great in the latter stages of a save when you're just trying to drum up some money, because you can get guys like, who was that guy we had? Sam Ingram or something, who actually played for us for quite a while. He was brilliant. English clubs. Yeah, it takes a while. You also have to be asking for the right thing, because if you click the wrong button, they'll only give you clubs that are lower down your league in your exact country. So much more they can do. Oh yeah, this is the thing. Like, it's why when people go, oh yeah, no, FM24 is way worse than like FM15. I'm just like, it really fucking isn't, though, is it? The amount of things that you can't do in older games and now you have an access to, I do believe for the most part, at least in a trending direction, FM has got better every year. Occasionally there's a game where there's some things that are so annoying that it does make it a horrible experience in places. Like on 21, where I think it was strikers constantly miss one-on-ones and wingers would always hit the ball into the side netting. That was a massive black mark on the match engine because it was so difficult to enjoy playing it, because it was just, it didn't look like football. I know that happens from time to time, but it was so unlike football that it just became incredibly annoying. Rip the handle off my jaws. Fair enough. You're going to want to calm it down. Have you considered slowing the fuck down? Trials finishing. Have we got the Patreon regions? I feel like I haven't seen like a thing saying to extend their trials for a while. Which I guess that means they must still be here. I guess they are. Wild. 2054. Ah. To be fair, there's a streamer called Smory that's still playing, I think, FM19, and he's done like 400 seasons. It's actually incredible. To the byline, hit the post. I think that might be the one I'm thinking of, actually. It was annoying. But there's still other features in the background that made it better. Christ, 3 suspensions in one match game is a bit annoying. But Shazly's back in. We bring Bashir back. Swap those two over. Stuin. Ah, that's annoying. Oh, am I going to have to start Ricardo Evans? Don't know how much I like that, but, you know, needs must. Sort of Velazzi Wazzy. Deji Wedgie. Of course, like playing the league last night. Shehu on the bench. Kraken definitely back in there as well. And, oh, that's it. Nice. The one was, oh, so they weren't in the same season. Christ. They were just one, I guess, yeah, it was just a bad couple of years. Right, I said I was going to commit to this. Now I'm going to do it. We're going to commit to Samir Bender Binder for the rest of the season to give him the match time that he deserves and is going to need if he's going to be the man for us long term here. I think it means that Bauer's value probably won't fall too much by the end of the season. He'll have 2 years left on his contract. I think we could get a lovely 9-10 million for him in the summer, even if it is from Saudi. And with Jordan not being here next summer either, we will need a new central midfielder to sit behind Binder. But that's okay. Because it's shiny metal ass. Good. 2,000 hours. I mean, yeah. I imagine that this game cycle, I mean, this comes to the time where Matt looks up how much FM game time hours he has. I've got to be getting close to 2K. Well, don't I feel embarrassed? I'd rather not say. Let's just pretend oh, Christ, that is an insane amount. How much is that compared to last year? Shit. Actually, I played it a lot that time, apparently. Yeah, let's pretend I didn't say that. It's over 3,000 hours. I have 3,000 hours in FM24. Oh, hang on. Why does it let me scroll? Come on, Twitch. Patron Ridges don't retire early. Not possible. Basically, it's not worth it for me to have the editor switched on in my saves because then basically it just means anytime anything good happens or we sign a good player, you just get the inevitable, oh, you've just edited him or you've looked at the etc, and it just sort of defeats the point. Are you going to change your name next chance to Tristan Arifi Mehic? Can't hide in his lies. 3,031 hours. To be fair, I had 2,200. Sorry. Yeah, 2,200 on FM23. Couch to 3,000 hours. Now, some of that will have been like overnight sims I'll have done, but most of it isn't. Like, let's be honest, most of it's not. Even in this save, I would dread to think what my sort of game status thing says this time. What is it? This is my life and I'll do what I want with it. In this save alone, I have 21 days of playtime. Hello, ready? That's a lot. That is a fuckload. That's 3 weeks of playtime in this save alone. Yeah, I thought it was getting close to 2K. Must have been a while since I actually looked. I feel bad now. 2 more months. Yeah, just as well that Tristan has turned out to be a good player. Probably about that for whizzing, yeah. To be fair, we haven't, like, whizzed much. I think it's just because I've been streaming after I've been going for a run in the morning, and as a result, I'm just, like, vaguely dehydrated. So I also find that standing up on stream just means I need a wee less. I don't know why. You'd think it would be worse, but no. Yeah, I mean, it is my job, I suppose. Except obviously with the holidays thing, I don't really take a lot of them. It's weird. Like, I work probably less hours a day than the average person, but I work more days overall, so it just ends up being about the same in the end. So it's not like I'm doing 8 hours a day every day. But when sometimes I'll work like every day for 3 weeks in a row, it just kind of ends up essentially balancing out like that anyway. But that's just this save, bear in mind, and that's just with the game itself loaded. That doesn't take into account any other time I spend working. Okay. Like the editing time alone. Besides, a lot of you are currently kind of like working right now anyway. I actually only have 130 hours in the editor as well, Adrian. Which is surprising that you and I have the same amount of editor hours. That seems like a lie. Premiere Pro. Yes, I do. I dread to think what the hours on that are like. Into this save. This is season 17. Of this save, anyway. And obviously, we can't forget that I did the 30 seasons with Sirens as well. So, in terms of overall seasons played of, like, actual content, I've probably got about 50 seasons of FM24 played. Just in terms of the content side of things. Obviously, offline saves like my Beaconsfield thing, my Ely City thing, those don't even count in that because I have no idea how many seasons I've done of those. Go on, Ricardo, slip it through. That was a good chance for a pass and he's fucked it. We could do with a home win here just to sort of stay in the battle. I'm excited to see what Binder gets up to in this game over a full 90 minutes because he's not really... I don't think he started a single game. Been playing this season on stream. Oh, yeah, been on this save, 21. That was this save alone was 21 days of game time specifically for this save. I don't know what the Sirens one was. It was obviously higher than that because it was 30 seasons. Although, we did instant result quite a lot with Sirens. So maybe it's not as far... Sirens is probably about 30. Move now. Ugh, disappointing. I don't think... I would have liked to have seen him back. But at the end of the day, I just wanted to be happy. Oh, it's beautiful. Nagalo has scored another one. Nice. That was better from Anderson. Well, the orange ball. The game designates you to have winter matches during certain times. So it just counts as an orange ball, even though we're into March now. Single FM. Oh, this one. By far. Because obviously, this one's been a double game cycle. So I don't know what my numbers would have been like. My numbers probably would have been less this year if it wasn't for the fact that it's doubled. I suspect that I'll end up settling at about 3,300 to 3,400 hours in total. Which if you were to say halve it, would be be careful when summoning half, would be 1,700 hours. Whereas last game cycle, I had, that's a great pass. Drop it across again. Oh, it's beautiful. I think he might be offside, actually. Oh, my goodness me. I know I was shitting on Dennis Anderson a little bit earlier, but today we've seen the absolute best out of this style of play from what Anderson can do. Velasquez again picks out a beautiful little ball into the half space. Anderson drops it across. Barnetche scores his 20th goal of the season. Absolutely love to see it. Uni days. Ah, God, chat keeps moving. 4,000 hours. Damn. I guess when you're at uni, it's what else are you going to do, right? You're not going to work, are you? Oh no, Joao Paulino, he'll be great. He will be absolutely... If he can avoid injury, which is obviously an issue that he's had at Bayern, that will be great. I would have loved to have seen him come home, but I actually don't think we need him. But I still would have absolutely taken him because I love getting the band back together. But I think that the Lukic and one other pairing has actually started to really blossom now. Just took Lukic a while to kind of bed into the team. Oh, wow! Elek Chowie, lovely goal. Tristan with another assist as well. It's fine. Working hard or hardly working. He got a talking to from Mr. Physio. Yeah, I can't even get the guys out today. I'm just gone full sockless. It's too warm to be wearing socks. I'm in the house again. Why am I? I'll put socks on later when I go fishing. Provided the weather stays alright. We're actually just casually clapping Stade Rennais here. With a lot of players in this team that perhaps you wouldn't even be... I wouldn't have in a normal starting lineup, like, for example, Evans. But Binder's looked okay. I think once he gets match fitness, it's going to be massive for him. Just spinning the ball into it. I want to see him make a couple of runs, though. Anderson has been the real standout for me today. Oh, go on, Tristan. That and Velasquez, despite his low rating, he's getting so many great, hockey assists. I think he assisted both goals. Well, hockey assisted both goals. His vision in that midfield is cutting teams apart if they're not ready, and it's great. Hang on. Antho LeCoach, thank you for the follow. Follow up for the strength. For the strength! You'd love to see it. That's very kind of you, friend. Anderson's through. Can he score as well? Oh, he's had a great day. I've had a lovely day, friends. And Anderson has now grabbed our 4th goal. Where was this all my life? Lukic and Josh King? No. Josh King is not a number 8. Josh King, if he's going to play for Fulham, is going to either be as a number 10 or off the left-hand side. I'd like to see him as a 10 because I think he's more impactful there. But King next to Lukic, he's not that type of player. He's too lightweight to be playing that deep in the midfield. Even next to someone like Lukic, basically. We need a proper grafter in the midfield there. Like a Dewsbury Hall type of guy. I'd actually be really excited since we are linked with him. And now it's 5. It's actually 5-0. What is this game? We had links back. Amazing. That's great. So I did this really interesting interview with this kit company, which is pretty sick. And so I sorted out the kits for the charity game, and they look really, really cool. They're capped to 30 seasons. Yeah, that is some bullshit. I don't know why that's the case. I guess it's another one of these who's going to play 30 seasons? It's FM. Loads of people. We actually kind of smashed it, Ragnarok. We won 4, lost 4, ended up coming 15th in the end, so we pulled ourselves right out. Binder's done okay. I mean, obviously we're just playing exceptionally well, but, he's a part of that. Who do I want to bring off the bench? Probably you there. Shaz has done good, but it's Dave's turn now. Claudio, I'll get a full 90 out of him. Binder, I want to keep going safe. I guess so, but like, still, that's the sort of thing that needs to be sort of ended. If we're going to have any kind of, we're never going to have console and PC parity, right? But you want to at least like bridge the gap a little bit. Particularly if PC is going to take a step forward this year, which it kind of has to, particularly as it's been 2 years. And I'm genuinely excited for it. Good save again. I like that Kilaza seems to still be able to make these massive saves, even in games where it doesn't really matter. Sammy Smodix. In this save. That's... What a save again! Eric, you don't need to be making these saves, bud. You're just showing off. First regen icon retires. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we certainly saw a lot of regen icons retire in the Cyrene save. That was a Rabona cross, wasn't it? I'm going to guess... Right, okay. So it's weird enough that Hadrian's mentioned it. I'm going to guess that it's still Europe because the likelihood of... Oh my god, what a save. I think it was actually the post. I'm going to go Karabag. The one season cities that, well, yeah. I've looked it up. Okay, I'm going to guess it's Europe and Club Football. I'm thinking Karabag. Because it's a team that have been on a European level. You will see them, but they're also just like, whoa, that's kind of weird. Okay, I can't wait to actually see who this is now. Or not who, but yeah, actually, I suppose it is who, isn't it? Has Allison got 3 assists? No, he got 2. But he also scored a goal. Binder getting an assist in this game is great. Really, really useful. Barnecco's been exceptional. I'd like another hat-trick. But maybe I'm asking too much. He has kind of got knackered there, though. 5-0. Very, very good. Anderson with 5 key passes, a goal, 2 assists, and a 10 out of 10. I don't think I could have asked for more from him, frankly. Brilliant performance from the lad. Claudio's put in a solid performance. That's the sort of thing that's convincing me that 14 million might be worth it. It's the best example of what FM can do. Oh my god, so it's not just the club he's at now, it's other clubs too. Is it Syrenes in the Gozo League? Could be. Okay, now I'm curious. They've been sacked in the... Well, we'll still be able to see his managerial past, though. For all we know, he's at an even more gopping club. I'm just trying to think where he could possibly be. Didn't he have an interesting, playing career in this save as well? I swear he rocked up in, FCSB at one point in this save. We're up to 6th again, by the way. Just generally brilliant play. Another fitness concern. Oh, tough. Right, okay. Not just slough. Right, Smodix. Let's go. What are we saying? Sammy Smodix. Oh my goodness. Let me just... Lovely. Okay. So yeah, he finished his career at FCSB. Then joined another side in Romania with Hermannstad as the manager. Benny, thank you for the prime. Then joined... Hang on. Dinamo Sheskia Budjevica. I'm probably saying that incorrectly, but I do just enjoy saying their name. That's fun. So went to the Czech Republic after... Oh no, hang on. Sorry, I've missed one here. Oh no, he went to... Then he went to... I've never even heard of this team. Is that the Austrian flag? Hrudin? I've genuinely not heard of these guys before. Mr. Assistant? Mr. Assistant's actually asleep at the moment. And by that, I mean he's in the wash. He's in the showers. Yeah, so... They've been at the top flight in this save. They came 11th one season as well. Having played in the lower leagues for most of it. Yeah, it looked like the Austrian FA. That's a fun one. And then he went to Banik Ostrava, which is a much higher team. And now he's at Teplica. So he's... Oh, look at this guy's hair. Antonin Parajek. Good player. And incredible Ron Weasley-esque hair. Jan Vodnarek. Yeah, the great thing about him is that you can never watch him live. Amazing. That's cool, actually. I guess it makes sense that he'd start his managerial career in Romania, given that that's where he finished his career. It does seem like that happens quite a lot. So, that's a good win, because it keeps us... It just kind of stabilises us after... It's also back-to-back clean sheets, is it not? Yep. And only 1 goal conceded in the last 3. After a bit of a weird wobble, we're kind of back on it again now, which is lovely. A few more of these. I think we're still in, Chile... No, we're still in Peru, actually. God, we've been in Peru the whole day. But actually, he's now back on. If you'd have said to me at the start of the season that he would be even in the conversation for top scorer in the division in Ligue 1, I would have complained incessantly because that is mad. 18 goals in the league for Tristan. He's close. And these guys are good players too. He's got 21 in all comps, 3 assists as well, which is pretty nice. I think we're starting to see now the levels that Man has got to him. And he's still only 20. That excites me so much. There's so much. His XG is 14. So generally just really good. Let me just auto size this so we can just see his non-penalty XG is 12.49. And he has the highest XG of... He's nearly 7 goals over it. Nagalo's at 2.64 over it as well. Alec Chowie, that makes sense because he's a centre-back. Claudio, I think that's from those cup games. Oh, he got 2 in that cup game, didn't he? Shehu as well has not really created a lot, but he's done it. Anderson, to be fair to Anderson, he leads the team in assists and has overperformed his XG. So in actuality, he's kind of bang on. Now, admittedly, he got 4 of those assists in the cup, so he has still underperformed a little bit in the league. But he's kind of... And his average rating from 40... What the hell? 45 appearances? Huh? Okay, don't know what that's about. He's actually played 26 games for us. Is still pretty good at 7-10. Not too bad. PP on the backup striker. Well, Ualabi. The thing is, Ualabi, I haven't decided if he actually is going to be the backup striker yet or if he's more for the right side. But I think you might be right. I think he's probably the... Particularly now that we're signing Regic, I think. Although that hasn't actually gone through yet, has it? He hasn't actually said yes to that. Ualabi. Was it Ualabi like that? Yeah. It could have been because of the Brands game's true. But he hasn't done badly. Let's see. Likes the lob keeper. Yeah, he could probably do with it, actually. He does not have quite the pace of Tristan. Let's ask. He should still have the maybe his off the ball is too... I mean, it's not that it's too low, but they might complain about that. So it's movement, isn't it? Dribble through, beat the offside trap. Not sure that's a suitable trait. Yeah, I think that's because... we'll give it a go. Yeah, we should be getting our goalkeeper very soon. I believe it's around about the 15th. Next season, our youth intake should be slightly sooner. Off the ball is definitely the problem, but we can work on that, and I will... Actually, am I working on that? I think we are working on it, because we got him on attacking movement, isn't it? Which is off the ball. And 2 others, which he also needed to improve in. Tremendous. Oh my god, Spurs are actually kind of cooking. I know they've won 2 league titles in a row, but they were relatively close in many ways. But now they're 9 points clear with a game in hand. They are going to win the season at an absolute canter here. Bristol City have the top scorer in the Premier League, Francisco Perdomo, a Uruguayan who they bought from... That's a great price. £5 million from Liverpool. It'll take me sooner because next year our youth recruitment... So basically, we asked the board for an increased... We asked the board to improve our youth recruitment. What that does is it means that you get to pick further up the draft of youth players, essentially. So as a result, your intake will be closer to the start of the intake window for the nation you're in. Essentially. That's why if you look at any country's intake windows, the teams with the best youth recruitment are right at the beginning of it, and the teams with the worst are at the end. Because it's essentially like a draft is what it's doing in the back end. No, we might not move up by much. We've moved up by like 1 amount, I think, like 1 point. Sometimes you get luckier when you ask them and they'll go from like 17 to 20 overnight. That's what happened at Tenerife. It went from 17 to 20. But we're only at 16 right now. So it might take a couple more upgrades. Although they did let us increase the junior coaching budget too, which is nice. Give me one day. Yeah, I do like the variance a little bit though, because at least it stops people from like save scumming it. But at the end of the day, I suppose, once again, it's a single player game, isn't it? Like, do or do not. And besides, you could still save scum it, I suppose. Perfect CM. I want to like let him develop a little bit first before I decide what I want to do with him. I just want to sort of see how with the right... Because obviously we're training him in certain attributes, but I want to see what else other parts of his game start to naturally fluctuate. And when he's like maybe 22, 23, maybe that's a point where I can go, actually, I want to focus in on a certain thing on him. And you would say, like with the Belize incident, the famous save scumming incident. DLP or AP? All right, cool. Okay, so he can... So you'd have to retrain him, firstly, to play him as a DLP, because you can't play a DLP in this role, presumably. Oh, no, you can. Sorry, my bad. It's just the way that appears on the map. Wait, is that... No, that is correct, isn't it? Yeah. Tries killer balls, dictates tempo. That suggests deeper. Tackling is good. Passing is good. Yeah. Dribbling's okay. You kind of have a player that could do both. The thing is, with the dictates tempo PPM and tries killer balls, I like that as a kind of... In my head, that's the kind of player that's sat there spraying balls around. In addition, he's got incredible tackling ability for a player that's so young. So he'll be able to get stuck in. He's the sort of guy that I would maybe play as like a CM DLP. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. CM DLP, because he's got some of the physicals and the mentals that you could allow him to get forward a little bit. But he also has really good defensive attributes too. And he wouldn't want to waste his game too much by being deeper. But yeah, he would definitely do a fantastic job as a DM DLP. But if I'm just like blue skying him, I'd be thinking maybe a CM DLP. 3 million is an absolute bargain. And he's Chilean. And his name's Korean. Not seen that name before. But yeah, I would definitely go DM on him. Oh, sorry, DM. I would go to the DLP option. Like, I was just trying to think of like, oh, perfect news. Darko Rezic is coming in. Lovely. I know it's a lot, but I think it's the type of deal that will pay off in droves later down the line. I know we won't find out about him until the summer, but it's going to give us so many options next year. Because I think next year we're going to see injuries from Barnetche, which means Nagala is almost certainly going to have to play some time through the middle. But then with Rezic off the right, it won't matter. I think this has been a bit of a lucky season for us with the amount of injuries that he's got, which is basically none. He's missed one game this season through injuries, whereas last year it was an insane amount. Is he good? Oh, he's good, all right. This is he. This is Darko Rezic, the Croat Frenchman. The thing I really like about him is, firstly, he's only 19. So there's still room for him to develop. He has some nice PPMs, although I don't like the shoots from distance. We'll 100% get rid of that because he's only got 5 long shots. Don't know why he's got that. The thing I really like, though, is the 17 dribbling, which works perfectly with our system. Good on both feet. Okay passing. Technique's good. But the physicals, they are immense. His acceleration and pace both being 15 is extremely nice, but there's that agility and balance. That is really what it comes down to. He's got the sort of agility and balance that the elite players that the AI teams love end up getting. He could max out those potentially. Yeah, the injury concern with Tristan is definitely a thing, but that's never going to go away. We just have to be accepting of the fact that he's never going to be a guy that's going to play... You know, we're not going to get 45 games a season out of him. I'd be amazed if he ever breaks 40 for us, but that's okay. As long as we've got other guys that can step in and do a decent job, I'm fine with that. But he's definitely proved to me this season that I'm willing to build a team around him for the future, because last year was just a bit of a weird one. You know, 5 goals in 27 games was unbelievably bad, whereas this year he's got 18 in 27. Sorry, 18 in 24. And more assists, 6 man of the match awards. He's proven the player that he could be. Did his work rate improve? Let me have a look. For God's sake. You're right, there was a little tiny bump there. If I had to guess, I'd suggest that his work rate was probably like 9.8 or something, and it's just improved enough to tick over. But that's okay. We like that. You can't directly start one like that, Tony, but you can essentially. So what you'd have to do basically is load up your save the way you want it to be set up. Then you'd essentially just have to sim into the future by that amount of however long you want, basically, by going up to profile and then holiday here. And then doing what you wanted to do after that. There isn't a way to directly do it, though. As far as I know. I guess it's one of those things where they've never needed to add that as a feature because you can kind of do it very easily anyway. Polish national team. You'd be surprised, actually, Tanicus. We actually looked up the Polish national team on the last stream. Well, not last stream. Like, the last stream was Sochaux, anyway. Because, if I remember correctly, there was a guy whose name I really enjoyed in their team. Unless it's changed. Oh, that's a good name. We do love a Przemysław around these parts. Any other good ones? I'm going to have to get... Oh, there's also just a Marcelino in there, too. Nice, nice, nice. I'm going to very much enjoy Polish names during the next save. It's going to be an enjoyable experience. Owls on the PC. Will it? I guess it depends on what type of save you're doing, in fairness. Grow on its own? No. No, it's not a dumb question at all. Things like youth recruitment, junior coaching will not grow on their own, but they will decay. I.e., or will they? No, I don't think they will, actually. Facilities will decay. They will get worse if you don't improve them. I don't believe these things will unless the board specifically do it themselves. But yeah, so you'll have to improve it yourself. Oh, the next save, it's building a nation with Poland, with Wisła Krakow. Unless there's some giant issue with that, basically. Polish Scott. Oh yeah, that was the guy from Hearts, if I recall correctly. That was the winger, right? I can't remember his name was, but the guy that we nearly signed, and at the last minute I went, actually 15 million seems a lot for him. North London Derby friendly. North London Derby and the word friendly shouldn't really be in the same sentence. Yeah, those are permanent ones. That I think your board can decide to reduce them, but it's not like it's decaying, it's just your board being silly. Yeah, this guy's a decent footballer, but this was our first year youth intake player. I'm more excited about Mallory, honestly. No Con, that's the one, yeah. Yeah, he was £15 million when he was at Hearts, and I just thought that was a little bit too much for us at the time. Because he wasn't that much better than our existing player in the role. And I'm always a little bit on the fence about those types of guys. Right, let's get rid of these. Winning? Oh, fair enough. Yeah, Fulham won 4-2 last night in the big one against Al Ittihad or whoever. It was one of the Al's Toy Barn teams. I forget which one it was. I think Benzema was playing for them. Oh, hello, here we go. Right, Uruguay has hit the building. It's Damien Plada. 20 years old. Number 10. Go on, Damien. He's all right. But no second natty. Like, if I'm going to break the bank for one of these guys, they need to be showing me, like, stupid CA, incredible PA, perfect attributes for the role. Obviously, they've got a random European grandparent, then it's fine. West London QPR with... Oh, it's only QPR, though. Take my mug along. James Wilson. I mean, he's a very good young... I mean, he's 18. He's a good young player. Not the fastest, but... he's a solid enough player. Marseille away, that's going to be tough. To be honest. Wait, prolific by on the verge of Sochaux history. Is he really? Let's see, 21 goals a season. Oh, damn. Oh, that's fun. I love the fact that the record is held by Nikolic with 24. I reckon he beats that. I think he gets 25. Provided he doesn't get injured. Cambridge-related whiz quiz. Let's see. So Norwich City in the 90s. Lots of Norwich City. So he was playing in the Football League for quite some time. Wait, he's at Cambridge City now? Good God. Like, Bishop Stortford in 2020 were probably like National League South themselves. And Cambridge City are one of those teams that are often around that kind of level too. That's incredibly impressive to still be playing at that kind of level. I have no idea who it is, but that's still extremely impressive. That it wasn't just like it's non-league, but it's not like step 6 non-league. It's like right towards the top end of non-league. It's just been like, oh, is it? I've actually forgotten that. Jamie Curitan. No way. Is that actually Jamie Curitan? Is he still playing? Oh, I like that. Oh, it's the big one. Lille versus PSG. I mean, it's done. That's cool. I think unless Lille win that, title's probably gone. They did well to hold on as long as they did. And that's it. Cooked. They're now 12 points off the top. PSG are just so much better than everybody else. You give them one random one. And they obviously are better than... Wow, we're actually pretty much bang on where we should be. Which is a good sign. Cambridge United. No, I think he did play for Cambridge United though, didn't he? Right? Be mad if he didn't. Oh no, he actually didn't. It just feels like somewhere in all amongst that, there would be a Cambridge United one. But no, it's Cambridge City. Player manager. Oh, nice. Sick. Also, how's it going, Zach? Oscar. Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure how Oscar's going to pan out. I liked him because the value was good at the time. He's out on loan at the moment. Let's actually have a look at how his development on loan is going. I'm not convinced that he's... I think there are other players which you can probably bring through and do a better job than him. But hang on, how many loans was that? Oh, 34. I thought I said 54 for a minute. I mean, there's always the option of moving someone like Machego further up, but I'm not sure really that's his type of position. He's decent, though. We'll find a place for Machego. Makoku? He's a number 10, isn't he? Oh, he's just... Ooh. He's developing slowly, but I like him. Achapong's never really going to play for us. There's Deng as well. What I do need, though, is for Deng to stay at the club long enough that I can get him to train that number 10 position. Because actually, tell you what, I'd completely forgotten about Deng. He's pretty good for that position. Sitting in behind the striker. Sorry, in behind the striker? Sitting as the striker. Where the hell even is Oscar? Oh, he's there. 8 appearances. Actually, now that I look at him, Oscar is very... Yeah, no, I see what you mean, actually. I think he'd be the perfect sort of... The perfect foil for Binder. Plus, I think he's actually gone up a star on his PA now, right? Or was he always like that? He's possibly even better. What was his PPA? I think he's good, actually. I think an Oscar and Binder pairing would be good for next season to run Binder as the main one, just because I think he is still going to have the better ceiling than Oscar. But we'll have... If we do get into Europe, we'll have so many games that it won't matter. The other good thing is I think Binder will count as homegrown for Europe. Yeah, Oscar's better than I remember him being. It might just be that I haven't really looked at his profile since we signed him. So I just... Yeah, that's good. Thing is, I don't know if I want him arriving late in the area. Remember, our CM... doesn't really arrive late. We actually prefer them making the runs in behind, so that might not be the best PPM. A lot of the time, it's actually... Well, I want that guy making the early runs, if anything. So I'm not convinced that that would actually work out too well for him. But we'll have to sort of keep an eye on that. Because one of the things that Bauer does so well is occasionally he'll just make that bursting run in behind and even be ahead of like the shadow striker a lot of the time. Right, so we should be able to bring back Ruggieri now. Shazzy did well in the last game, so he's going to keep his position in the team. Velazzi's now back. The other one. Swap those two over. On the wide man. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if the wide man is Nagalo or Anderson or Vegic, they might be able to cope with that, but I'm not sure it's the ideal PPM for that. Normally, a CM with that PPM who's really good is exactly what you want. But given how much work our CM needs to do to make these runs, I want him... If anything, I want an arrives early in opposition box. What with Tristan? I don't know. I still think that the way that Tristan plays right now is so good. Yeah, I don't want him arriving late because I want him making those runs. I think what he does right now, the thing that makes Tristan better lately is these tweaks here have definitely enabled him to make better runs and gets further forward or something, isn't it? Yeah. That's not a bad shout, actually. There is one for that, isn't there? Dribble through, get forward whenever possible. Suitable approach. Nice. I wouldn't mind a bit of that on him, honestly. And Danny, it actually went really well. Won half our games, lost the other half of the games, but we did end up coming 15th in the end. I don't have to buy a Brentford shirt, and we had a lovely time. Ben and I got into a fever dream together. A folie à deux, as it were. I just like saying that. Yeah, I'll try that on him for a little bit. A polar bear doing... Oh. Yes, Satif. That is great, actually. That's a bit like when we were in Seraing, the first youth intake we had, there was a guy called James Bradley came through. In Belgium, 3rd tier, he was English, Montenegrin. Sorry, no, he was Montenegrin first nationality, English second nationality, and he came through our youth intake in Belgium. A trial, but you never know. Right. We're still okay in the form books, but I hate these sort of ones because it feels like nothing you say in that first thing is ever going to really make any difference to them. Do more leagues? Probably not this game cycle, I suspect, Danny, but I think it's one of those things where if people enjoyed competing in it, and the viewership was good and people had a fun time watching it, then I think it's the sort of thing that could definitely happen again. But I'd happily do another one. I think there would perhaps need to be a little bit more of thought put into the combinations of people that you're inviting into it, perhaps. I think that's important. Keeping a really good vibe at the same time, I think, is really crucial for these sort of important types of things. I think that's why Showdown was so good, was because that was actually a really important factor in it. Alexander Feta, what a guy. Wait, hang on, you say... Oh my god, you're right! No shot! Sorry, I wonder what you were saying there. Yeah, we're playing against our former player, Alexander Feta. There he is. On loan at Marseille from Manchester City. Luckily, we did get every penny out of Manchester City for him. £40 million. I think he's about as good as he was when they sold him. Incredible. That's going to be a problem because he's a really good footballer, especially at this level for a team like Marseille. He's the exact... That's a really good signing. I wonder if they're paying like his entire wage. They kind of have to be, right? Oh, God. He's taking corners too, of course. I remember these. Right. Are we about to get second phase by Alexander Vetter? Because I'd really rather not have that happen. Just between friends, you know. Oh, shit. Over the bar. We're good. Would that be more of the same? Forgive me, I don't consume a lot of Twitch content most of the time. Atlas Touch. Did he actually? That's cool. No, it was cool to, like, you know, have guys like Crew in it and obviously stands. It was just it was good. I had a good time. I kept to my own little vibes corner. You know me, chat. I'm a good boy. I stay out of trouble. And when I do, I make my own trouble. I am the troublemaker. Should we not start? Oh, wow. I guess, yes, we obviously didn't play against his team, did we? That's cool, actually. Angers are kind of crazy. Mostly down to the striker they signed. Ironically, that isn't Pog. They signed Pog too, but the other guy they picked up, who I think was already there the year before, I think they signed him in January. He's like the second highest scorer in the league. Angers are not as good as their points would suggest they are. I think they're at like plus 13 in expected points. So I'm hoping at some point they will fall away, but they are still very, very good. Top half is safe, but really, now that we're in this position, I kind of want to just stay around and be... I think we kind of... For the nice progression, we've got to be thinking Europe of some form next year now, given how well we've played this season. I want to see, like... Even if it's Conference League, I'd happily do a bit of Conference League next season. Although, that does put us at the risk of the same thing happening as before, but I don't think this team is anywhere near as good as that Tenerife team that we took into Europe. That team was absolutely insane. And we've seen a lot of development out of young players that year as well, where we got a bit of that, but go on, Jerry. Velazzi, or go on, buddy, bend it. It's beautiful. Santiago Velazquez does the business again. Can I now finish? Have my GPU back, FM? Come on. You silly wee belly. I say FM, it's actually not even FM that does it. It's OBS for some reason. That's for some reason using 66% of my GPU. What are you doing, OBS? Regen Keeper. Oh, hello. Oh, 16? Yeah, he's wild. Very slow. Oh, low eccentricity. Why? I feel like goalkeepers always come through with really bad touches. Go get their striker. I can buy Pog off them. By Tenerife. Oh my god. Or even worse, it's just Fulham again. Like, we're very fortunate to be in front in this game. This has not been a good performance for us. And Marseille are a very good team. If we were actually to pull off a result here, this would be huge for our chances of getting Europe. Albeit the other games that teams are big. But the teams chasing us, though, are Auxerre, Paris, Stade Rennais. Well, not really. It's really Auxerre and Paris. They're not that good. Like, I believe that if we could get like a 6 or 7 point gap, I think even we would struggle to throw that away just because they'd have to gain so many more points than us, even if we were a little bit ass. Put them in Europe this season. I don't know, but they wouldn't need to be in Europe this season. They'd only need to be in Europe next season. Right, Nagalo. How's Binder got on? 6.7? He's holding down the fort relatively nicely. Ah, shit, I didn't put Diego Llorente on the bench. I might bring Conan on. Sorry, Conan on. Shasley's been average, but that's okay because we've... Oh, I didn't put Stoyan on the bench. He's going to love that. I definitely won't hear about that tomorrow. Isn't Tycoon? No, it's just... That's what makes it more impressive. It's actually just normal Paris FC. They have actually pulled their way all the way up to the top flight. Last year, they were in the Champions League race for a while. Eventually, they did fall away a little bit. I think we finished only a couple of points behind them in the end, but they've been kind of chefing. They were one of the other teams that we were kind of interested in managing in France, but obviously they aren't likely to be sacking their manager anytime soon. Oh, go on. Anderson to the back post. If we actually won this game, this would be a very, very fortunate win. We have not been good at all, but it would make up for that result we had against Lens, where it was almost the exact reverse of this. So I'd totally take it. Right, come on, Uwalabi. Whip it through. Oh. Wow. They were owned... Yeah, they were owned by someone relatively rich or whatever, but they never really did anything with it. As in, there wasn't a lot of sporting success as a result. They sort of slowly crept up. I miss the Paris of the days when I was managing them back on FM... Was it FM 15? Christ, it was. I'm pretty certain my Paris FC save was an FM 15. Binder, 6.7. He ran 14k in that game. Velázquez ran 14.5 kilometers in 90 minutes and scored the winning goal. What a guy. Genuinely amazing play from him there. So actually, that shows that they can get close to 15k then. Very, very lucky. The Louis Vuitton guy. Oh, okay. I mean, I like a bit of Paris FC. Particularly, haven't they got that new stadium that's like literally across the road from PSG? Or is that not new? That's just they've been there for a while. I forget. It's like a Dundee United and Dundee situation, isn't it? Extra coefficient spot? I don't think so. If anything, Thomas, they're probably likely to lose one. Not lose one, but I believe France's coefficient this year are kind of ass because their teams in Europe have not done particularly well. Let's go and have a little gander. That's a huge win. Running quadruple that in Slough. He will. He will. Particularly if I'm playing left back, apparently. How am I going to get my run? I guess I could go for my long run on the Friday and then just hope that I don't get myself injured during the match. I mean, it's a charity match. No one's going to two-foot me in a charity match, right? Doesn't mean I won't. Also, that is our third consecutive clean sheet, which is genuinely surprising. Build a whole team around. Not sure we could get best for his development. Give a suggestion what to do. Right, let's have a look. Okay, so I'm going to assume that there's... This is, as you say, regardless of tactics. Oh my God, look at the... So, okay. So, basically, he's a ball-winning machine. Tackling is superb for his age. It's never going to get a lot better than that, but it doesn't need to be. He's already amazing. Work rate is really good. Positioning is awesome. Marking is great, but you can get that better with a bit of defensive positioning training. His physicals are excellent as well. He's 6'4". He's got great aggression. His anticipation is fantastic. Bravery is a little sus. Runs with ball often. I would probably try and get rid of the runs with ball often trait. I don't know if I'd want that on a defensive player that's likely to be sitting there. Box to box is an option, but honestly, I'm looking at him and I'm thinking ball in midfielder support. That's what I would personally do with a player like this. I'd be thinking ball in midfielder support, maybe in the CM role, because he's got decent enough technicals. My left footed. No, I'm right footed. I'm thinking it's ball in midfielder, but with a lot of responsibility. So like ball in midfielder with maybe like a couple of extra instructions on. I would try and get rid of the runs with ball. I feel like 11 dribbling long term is probably going to harm him more than help him. I'd rather steer into his passing ability because I think that's more likely to improve than his dribbling. Most likely. That's what I would do. Now, it could be that there's other roles that I don't use very often and therefore have no idea what's kind of good for them. But, yeah. What was I going to say? I swear there was something I was looking at. We were talking about... Oh, yeah. The Slough thing. Yeah, I'm right-footed, so I don't know how I'm going to do it left back. But I always end up playing left back. I'm pretty certain I played... The last time I played football in any proper setting was the previous charity match I played in. And that was in 2018. But I'll probably be in better shape now. Oh, right. Intake time. Wow, 11th of March? That seems really early. It was the 15th last year, wasn't it? Have we actually moved up the rankings? I mean, I know we have, but I thought that wasn't going to come until next year. Unless you still move up, but you still get the players as if you were in, like... That feels higher. Right. 11th of March intake. What do you reckon? I'm hoping we get a 5-star PA goalkeeper. Because that's what we were promised, an A-rated goalkeeper. I'm going to reckon we're going to get a 4-star rated intake with another player in there that isn't a goalkeeper that's still kind of all right. Come on. Hey, chat. Hey, chat, where goalkeeper at? Me out there looking for my goalkeeper. Why does it do that? Like, I get it when it's like, hey, the intake's going to be good and then it's bad because it just happens like that. But if they promise you a player in a certain position, if that player's not even there, what's the point? I mean, it's clearly this guy here, but like, what? His name is excellent. I assume this is him, Sharubin Katinje. That's really silly and annoying. Good nationalities. I mean, this is the best player in the intake, allegedly. No poachings, no. Not for goal. We did have a poaching, but that was not a goalkeeper. Changed because of your draft position. Well, you'd like to think that if it did change, it would make it better, not worse, given that's the whole point of the draft, but I think it's just unlucky. I mean, to be fair, some of these guys might readjust, but they're not going to readjust to be 5-star PA, are they? Cyril Lefebvre. Cyril's alright, actually. Like, he's aight. I mean, he's not good, but he's aight. Heading's good. Tackling's good. Determination is amazing. Great bravery. Not the greatest jumping. 6 foot tall and only having 10 jumping reach is a little bit embarrassing, I'll be honest with you, Cyril. Good heading ability, though. Khalid Masaoui. Wow. My 9 youth recruitment. Oh, go on. Looks class. The thing is, most likely with Cyril, put it this way. If he had these attributes and we were looking at allegedly 5-star PA, I'd be super happy with the player I'm seeing there. The problem is, what we're likely seeing is a guy that's not got the PA to match anyway. So he might be okay now for his age group, but I guess that he's just going to have no development. Maybe he's a little bit better. If he does have any kind of PA, which he's the sort of guy that might well end up being 4 stars once we've signed him up, but he's unlikely to ever make any kind of impact on the first team. Loads of cool nationalities, though. Nassim Ben Ahmed. Yeah. Claude Mwanzibi. Temperamental personality. Good. Lots of cons on him. Inconsistent as fuck. Oof. Yeah, just 1 second. I'm just going to get an injury. Not an injury prone. What's the word I'm looking for here? A memory leak. See, my memory leaks there. Francis Oyo. Roger Monine. He of the coffee syrup empire. Ibrahim Asila. There's another prince. Prince Pakaki. Tommy Sewer. It makes sense that a guy called Tommy Sewer would be one of the worst players in here. Because he's shit. Quentin Boisson. Maliki Koulibaly. It's not great. Maybe next year. Maybe next year with our slightly better... Wait, was that guy saying Prince... Oh, he's Prince Bukaki. Now, that would be a name. Now I'm in. I love the fact that you just got a random English dude in your intake. That is crazy. Just a lad called Elliot Dudley cutting about in Algeria. Ah, dear. I must admit, for a team like Sochaux, who have reasonably good youth recruitment and junior coaching, to be fair, our intakes since arriving have been somewhat mid, but it might just be that I've been spoiled by how good that 1 year's intake was in Tenerife. The golden generation we had in Tenerife was truly insane. I don't think it's really a stretch for me to say that that's the best youth intake I've ever had in any save ever since I've played FM. Like, we got 5 players in that intake that have all gone on, maybe 4 of them. Certainly 4 of them. Our first team squad is definitely better. But and it might also just be that there's a lot of competition in France. So we need to get I think we need to get our youth recruitment up to 20 as soon as possible, because there's so many teams in France that have 20 youth recruitment. I think that it means that we're losing a lot of these guys to a lot of players. Let's just have a little look. We've got a lot of competition, essentially. How do I do this? I should just go to France itself and then go to clubs. List, and then I can see it, I believe, on here. Can I not? There's definitely a screen where I can see this. I think I have to do it on Europe, actually, don't I? Europe, then clubs, then youth academy, then I filter by France. I think that's how we see it. So we're sort of here. Lille obviously have probably 20, let's be honest. Monaco's is almost certainly 20 as well. Yeah, I suppose we could see the order in which they come through, but just to be able to see that there's like 20 there. PSG's will also be... Oh, no, PSG's is 19? Wait a minute. These are all second teams. Nice are 20. Nantes, 20. Lyon, 20. Troyes, 17. Wow. Marseille. I did, Pog. You got extremely soaked walking back, right? Clairefontaine obviously in there too. So actually, I'll tell you what. It probably wouldn't take that much for us to get there. It's not that competitive, I tell you. I'm actually surprised. Put it this way. I think there's maybe... So there's Marseille, no, they're 16. So Lyon have 20. Nantes have 20. PSG don't. So Stade Rennais have 20, so that's 3. So there's only 5 teams that currently have 20 youth recruitment. Which means if we could get 20 youth recruitment ourselves, we're basically picking 6th. Although, in the meantime, there's every chance that we could get a higher rep than someone like Nantes. So reasonably, we could get up to 4th quite quickly. The key thing is that PSG only have 19. That's a massive deal. Like, there's every chance that it wouldn't take us too long to get into that top echelons. As for the way I did it, in case you were wondering, you can't view it directly on the league, but what you do is you go to Europe and then go to clubs. Then there's a drop down in the SAS skin here. I don't know if this is in the main game or not. For academy, and then you filter it by the nation you're looking in. Also, what's this? Youth graduates. Oh, wow! I've never seen this. I mean, I know that this screen is just a bigger version of that screen that you get once a year with like, the news icon, but I've never actually looked at this before. Look at that! So 20 guys have come through at Stade Rennais. And we can actually see them all. Hang on. 182 cat. Oh, it's Camavinga. Of course it is. Wow. That's fun. I love that Clairefontaine are just down here with 0 because obviously they don't have any players. Wait, they have players? They have 3 players.
Bring on the
I mean, these guys are definitely worth a trial slash a scout. Just because it's... If they've got players here, Clairefontaine still have 17 recruitment. Woobert and the Greek boy. Thank you for the follows, guys. They shouldn't really spawn players, yeah. I had a little offline save I was playing back in the day when I wasn't doing YouTube stuff, and I literally put these guys in a playable league, and it was really fun. Because you just get incredible players, obviously. Shori, thank you for the follow. Signed Roy's Boys, guys. Oh, maybe. Pascal. Ah, you're right. Yeah, he's a freebie from Tours. Stanley Twyer. He's from Lusitanos. Saint Matt. Wait, Lusitanos, isn't that Portugal? No. Okay. Don't know why I thought that was Portugal. Yeah, so they're both from the same team. That's unfortunate. Probably not worth it then. Yeah, they're an academy only. So Clairefontaine was, I believe, Gerard Houllier, did he not? Did a lot of work for Clairefontaine back in the 90s and got like a World Cup winners medal for a lot of the players that came through the INF Clairefontaine Academy. I think, anyway. Hello, Clay. I'm feeling good today. It was a good hair day. It was just a good vibey day for me. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to crack out the ribbed vest for the boys. Portuguese people? Yeah, I thought so. Because, like, Portuguese-speaking countries is like Lusophone, right? I guess it could be a club set up by Portuguese immigrants, yeah. Wait, they actually accepted? I love that Greg Dumont here was just like, nah, mate. I want to stick around here. He's just enjoying the cafeteria food. Don't blame him. The Dutch people speak German for some reason. Other fun fact, all of it was filmed in Prague. Which ruins the surprise a little bit, but I would really like to go. I would love to go to Prague. I was talking to this to Pog and some mates of mine for one of our European trips. I would love to go to Prague and try to visit all the Eurotrip filming locations. That'd be fun. Rate that other team's youth intakes. So it depends on what you mean. So you can technically poach players from other teams' youth intakes, but it happens so rarely that it's not worth even trying to do because you can't actively do it. It happens automatically. And I've only ever had it happen to me like 3 times in the entirety since that feature was introduced. You're better off essentially just doing manual scouting for teams' youth intakes. So what I do is a thing called team report scouting, where we're essentially scouting the teams, but it's like the under 19 squads of a lot of these teams that produce good players. So for example, I have 1,109 of these reports queued up. You'll notice that most of them I'm scouting under 19 squads because these teams, albeit these guys only have 2 players in their squads, but a lot of them, for example, these guys here at Montevideo, there's a lot of players around here that could potentially be really, really useful for you. So by getting these team reports, you don't have to scout the players individually, but you'll get an overview, which then gets filtered into this screen here. This is our most recent one. And then all the players from these team reports over the last 30 days go into this screen. And then you can just have a little look at anybody who looks slightly interesting. Then you get a manual scout report. It sort of stops your scouts from wasting their time on players that are kind of gash. Because while you could scout each individual youth intake, and I used to do this too, if you've got a lot of players around, you're talking 5,000 players a season, and if you've not got enough scouts, that's going to be very tough. And you'll also find your way just searching through crap constantly. And that gets a bit tedious. So this is a way of kind of triaging a lot of that out to your scouts initially and then only focusing on the good ones, basically. Tenkidu, thank you very much for the follow. Trial them. That could work as well, although I often find that there's limitations to what you can do with like trials, because half the time the clubs will say no, even if the player is on an amateur contract, when it's just like, you don't get to decide that. A manual scout report. Imagine. For a second I thought that was going to be a song request there, Dom. No worries, Shani. If you need any more stuff like that, I do have a video that specifically outlines this exact method in a lot more detail, and there's a couple of things that I've added to it since that aren't in that video, but they should still help. Okay, they didn't film the Vatican part, but they filmed everything else in Prague. In fact, they might have even filmed that part. Probably just a soundstage, right? The other cool thing about the team report thing is you'll only ever get one a day. Yeah, I can't wait to get back into some more scouting stuff for next game cycle. It felt really weird making a scouting video 18 months, no, more like 20 months into a game cycle. But people seem to genuinely find it useful. Which is, I think I need to get because I'm always just like, do people even need this information? Most of the people know it already. I talk about it on stream all the time, and then I realize, yeah, but Matt, most people don't watch the streams. They're not getting that information. And I need to get out of this thought pattern of like, that's fine, I've talked about it a couple of times on stream, therefore everyone's aware of it. And it's like, who do I think I am? Bonaccio's 4 stars now. That's tremendy. That, and I'm also kind of always in the mindset of like, oh, they don't care what I have to say about X, Y, and Z, right? Which is a terrible attitude for a YouTuber to have. 5th tier German division. Yeah, that's going to be tough. That type of scouting will be very difficult in the 5th tier of the German league. However, there are some things you can do. Firstly, is every time a team gets promoted into the 5th tier, because I'm guessing it's regional at that level, which means there's multiple leagues, scout the hell out of any young player that that is appearing at a team that gets promoted into those divisions. Because when those teams get promoted, the game is most likely going to have to generate squads for them, which means there's going to be some really fun players most likely appearing at those clubs. So that's my first tip for you there. Every season when teams are promoted to that division, scout the fuck out of the young players that those clubs have. Also, free transfers are obviously goated. Director of football suggestions will help you a lot. It will get you access to loans that you didn't know before. Years ago, there you go. Yeah, scouting videos are great for that kind of thing because it's the evergreen content that people will find useful all year, and it's just like a big net out there that's basically saying, hey, come look at this content. The only downside to the educational type videos is that I have to be more professional. And people get the wrong idea about me. They're like, hey, this guy sort of seems to know what he's doing. And then they come and watch the stream and they go, actually, I'm wrong.
Cooper, do not hate me.
I can't show my personality off so much in those types of videos. Shani, thank you very much for the follow as well. Transfer history, youth intake. Oh, I guess so, yeah. Because it could still be good now. 1050. Oh, it's going to be like Serie D. Tremendous. Oh, my God. Thank you for the tier 1 as well. That is mega nice of you. Like, why's my button not working? My button's broken. What's cracking? There we go. Cheers, Twitch. That's very nice of you. Do you have it on stream than you? Yeah, well, I have to be. I say I have to be. I'm more relaxed because I'm more me on stream. Whereas with YouTube, I'm presenting to an extent, right? So it's a lot of scripted stuff that feels a little bit different for me, and I can't be quite as loosey-goosey. I'm business goose on YouTube, whereas I am silly goose on stream. The duality of man. Right. What look am I doing? Why is my watch going off at this time of day? Oh my God. Bag of Heavenly Kentucky Original Wrap for just £2.49. Payday? No payday? Doesn't matter. KFC stays serving iconic flavour at bargain prices. Terms apply. Sorry, I don't know why I'm getting notifications from KFC of all things. Also, how good was that ad read? Holy shit, KFC, get in touch. I'll flog your chicken. I'm going to just swiftly move on from that. Just going to pretend that that wasn't a statement uttered out loud. So KFC, yeah, I think it's because I downloaded the KFC app when Pog and I were going to go there the other day, just so I could find out how much what I was going to eat was going to cost. I was doing the old prep. I can do an ad voice. I just don't do it very often. It's my YouTube voice. But when I need to, I can go straight into YouTube voice. I can do it for like upwards of maybe 90 seconds to 2 minutes. The problem is, it is like verging on painful to actually stay in that kind of concentration level. It takes me so much concentration just to talk like a normal human being. That's why I don't do it. It's fine on YouTube because they're doing it in schmorts and spurts. It's normally an ADD voice, indeed. It's just my normal voice. Right, we're looking at players that were born, or homegrown rather, at Clairefontaine, right? Club trained. I'll do that one just so that we get any players that were poached as well. Right, Claire, what are we saying? Rarely ever go full YouTube voice on Pog. Just do it at the dinner table. Wait, none? Well, that's helpful. Oh, okay, so it doesn't count those guys. So the 77 players, including William Mwamba. Oh, that's Sochaux. It's fine. It's fine. No. You see nothing moving on. Moving swiftly on. Our 100 points and we'll swiftly move on with our lives. You've seen nothing. See, if I was doing YouTube typing, I'd have been fine. Chad Tompkins. Oh, I'm in love. And we've scouted this guy before because we've obviously done cruisers all as part of our scouting. Chad Tompkinson. Oh, I'm surprised he doesn't have frosted tips, honestly. Because if he doesn't, he should get them. Mexican Chad. Where do you reckon he was born? So he's home... He is Mexican first nationality, but he is called Chad Tompkinson, which suggests that... What do you reckon? Mexico born or American born? He's called Chad. He's got to be from, like, Daytona Beach. A Chad Tompkinson in Harlingen, Texas? I don't believe it. No, I refuse to believe it. We don't get Chad Tompkinsons in Harlingen, Texas. That's perfect. The memes write themselves. Amazing. He's not bad, actually. Oh, we might actually get to Next Gen Day today. In fact, we're definitely going to Next Gen Day today because Brest... We only have one more game between now and Next Gen Day because I think there's an international break. Is that a Border Town? Maybe. I've never heard of that one. Strawberries... Oh, wait. He still couldn't speak French? Jesus. Hello, Fools. Right. Who's coming up? Under 18s for Champion. Now, he was in the under 19s at one point. So they've pulled him back a bit. It's not quite at that level. Tucci, though. 17 into the under 17s. Under 18s is good. Under 19s, rather. These two into the under 19s. Burdick into the under 19s. Good to see. Jourdan still... That's fine. We don't care about him. Wait, you're... Actually, he's not bad. Under 21. Is Iceland, though, I guess. Caldas... he's 19 too. He's looking okay, actually. Yes, I can show the next gen thing, yeah. Okay, that's good news. Carapici... Ooh, look at that value. Oh, I forgot about him. So we actually do have a bit more depth there. Carapici is getting potentially under 21 caps for Sweden at 19. Sorry, at 18. And a young 19, young 18 as well. That's good news. The Kraken's getting Bulgaria call-ups. Oh, there we go. All it took was a couple of league appearances from the Binder to start the games, and Hungary have gone, actually, yes. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Declare for Austria instead. That's a good... If he gets a cap at 18, Anderson, he already... Oh, he doesn't have any caps. Anderson's getting a cappy as well. Stoyan does have the one. And obviously, Swiston is maintaining himself in that squad, which is fair. He deserves to still be in there now. I think it's unlikely that Swiston's going to drop out of the Swiss squad anymore now. Here, Brest, as you enter the chat. There's every chance you did. Our next game is against the Tiddies. We go to 3, yeah. Oh. I think genuinely the not standing like a flamingo on stream has started to give me back pain. Would you recommend starting with Outcasts to Icon, say with a 1.5 to 1.5? Hang on. Save a little time. I'm not sure what you... Do you mean in reputation for your manager? Because honestly, I don't think it will save you that much time. If you're trying to min-max stuff during like an Outcast to Icon save, you don't really need to worry too much. Like, the best way to look at it is, think of it like this. If you could use a GPS to find your way from A to B in an Outcast to Icon save, you'd get there pretty efficiently, and having a low reputation probably wouldn't matter very much after a couple of clubs you'd been at, right? Because you'd do pretty well there, work your way through. In this save, I'm kind of like... I'm following ancient road signs and reading runes instead of using a GPS, so we're kind of going the long way. We're avoiding tolls, we're avoiding motorways and stuff like that to find our way there. Oh, estimate game speed, shit. To be fair, I like the question either way. I like the question that I have answered. I reject your question and substitute my own. In terms of game speed is ultimately meaningless up to a certain point, because bear in mind, I'm playing at half a star right now. I really can't see because my face cam's hiding it, but the game speed bit doesn't actually... This isn't going to tell you exactly how fast your game is going to play, because all it's doing basically is comparing some numbers behind the scenes to the estimated player count, and that estimated player count can come about in multiple different ways. Thank you, Inferno. So it could either come from having leagues turned on, or it can come from having players turned on. And if the players are turned on, it's going to be a lot faster than if the leagues are turned on. So it's a little bit squiffy. It lies a lot, is what I mean. But yeah, we've answered both questions now. And if you're doing a Journeyman, you kind of want more leagues turned on. And I guess it depends on how fast you want to go through it, right? Computers have advanced. Yeah, so basically what it goes is, I mean, to simplify it massively, it'll be like a statement on a screen that is essentially boils down to if approximate players is equal to or greater than 150,000, then display half star. But it doesn't take into account how those players are being introduced, which does make a huge difference. Try out Japanese leagues, no. Basically, for me and content-wise, it's really tough doing anything outside of Europe, pretty much. And you can add remove leagues as you go. Yeah, exactly. Which is what we're doing right now. Next season, it's going to be a lot less players. We're going to lose a nice chunk. I mean, rep. Oh, you did mean rep. Chat. Your boy was right the first time. I'm taking that. Look at me being able to read signals and not misinterpret things. I'm proud of that. I'll tell my doctor. Right. Corporate tactics. Usually I need like a theory. So in this one, the idea was the first club we got to in Liechtenstein, Luxembourg was, hey, wouldn't it be cool? Is that Thomas? I swear to God, if that's Thomas Frank managing Jamaica, I'm in. We'll return to that in a minute. But I don't want to spoil the surprise before I finish this statement because I've already forgot what the hell it was. Yeah, so when we got to Luxembourg, I said to chat, wouldn't it be cool if we built a tactic that used the best positions of the 11 best players at the club? And that's how we ended up with this monstrosity. What I tend to do in a normal situation, though, is I'll have some idea of what I want to do based on some of the players. I'll just go, hey, these guys are my best players. Let's try and get the most out of them. And then I try to build around it. But what you really want to do is just kind of build something that you think will work. It doesn't matter whether it does or not. Do you think it will work? Then take it into some friendlies in pre-season against some absolute, like, training cone teams, basically, where you're going to win 9-0 no matter what you do, but it will give you an idea of what sort of chances you're creating, whether you think they'll work against better sides, and then go from there. Then, slowly but surely, also Montpellier got a takeover, introduce higher qualities of opposition until you're playing against teams that are sort of around the level you're going to be playing at in the league that season. It's still not a perfect test because they'll be rotating squads themselves. But at that point, you can get an idea of whether it's actually working from a defensive standpoint. Because you'll get your 9-0 victory no matter what against the shit teams. So you'll see how it's working to the attacking level. But then as you introduce the opponent quality higher, you get this kind of transition phase. The other thing I'd say is make at most 2 changes each time you tweak things. Arguably 1 is better, because if you make too many changes at a time, you won't know what is actually responsible for the change, right? It's a bit like there's loads of buttons to push, but you press like 7 of them, so you don't know which one has caused the outcome that you're actually getting, right? It's good to have that kind of information as you go along, because then you can just marginal gains, basically. And now, I love it so much. It is Thomas Frank, Jamaica extraordinaire. That's delightful. I was hoping it was actually going to be Thomas Frank, and it was. Not let me down. I kind of want to look at some international managers. I like the fact that in this save, he managed Brentford barely, went to Cardiff, then to Midtjylland, then to Bodø, and then thought, you know what? Northern Norway is boring. I want a little bit of sun. So he bust the left and went to Jamaica. Amazing. And he's been there for 6 years as well. Like, he's not just a fair weather Jamaican. Thomas Frank is in for the long haul. Absolutely glorious. Right, we've got to now. Where's that screen that shows international managers? I've forgotten how to get to it. Is it the jobs? It's the job screen, isn't it? The staff screen. It's job center. Or is it job security? I think it's job security, isn't it? And then national teams or something. I believe. Turn off club. What the fuck? Maybe it's not that one. How do we see this? I swear it's this one, isn't it? Or is this screen balked in my save for absolutely no reason? It might be that. There definitely was a way to see that information. I just forget which one it was. Because I think this screen got a little bit, like, broken at one point. Sven's injured? No. Don't you dare. Leave my boy alone. World screen, content screen. Maybe. Let's have a look. World screen. But like, what am I even looking at here? Because, like, I don't know what I could even click on. Because it's not clubs. It's national teams. Maybe in Europe? What about ranking? No, unless there's a screen in here that shows, like, managers. Oh. Maybe. Hang on, I've got an idea. You go to Euros qualifiers and then managers. Fuck me. World screen. Oh, there. Ah. But the... And then you filter it by... I don't know what this is really showing, though. These are not the... This is just all the managers. There's no way of filtering it by national teams. There definitely was a way to do it. Ah, no, you can't even do it the way you used to. What you used to be able to do was really easy. You could just go to here, and then you could click the drop down. But FM, for some reason, in 24 removed it. For absolutely no reason. You can't go drop down between on this screen for some reason. I guess you could go to squads, maybe. And then do it from here, maybe. Job security. Yeah, I think it is job security, but for some reason it's broken in my save and it will not show the managers, which is a little bit annoying. So you can do it from this screen, but it's not as fun because you can't see their profile pictures. If you look at the ones at Cyprus, click on a manager and do it. How do you mean? If I click on a manager, it just takes you to other staff members from the same nation. Basically, you used to just be able to go on the team's profile and then just click the down arrow and then it worked. But on FM24, for some reason, they removed that feature. So strange. But yeah, it was definitely job security where you used to be able to do it. But for some reason in this save, it does not let you do it. It will not load the job security for national team managers, except for one random one. Like I think it's possibly because there's so many jobs that are around that the game just gets broken. Because it literally won't show you who the managers are of any of these national teams. When they should still be in there to some extent. That's a shame. Oh, we got some money though. We like money. Money's my favourite dessert. Yeah, I think I tried to do it earlier in the save. It's annoying though, because it would be cool to go through that occasionally, just so you can see some of the weirdness going on in, for example, North America. Maybe it is worth a little sojourn into the North American strata of things, just to see if there is any funny business going on with some of the managers in this league. Now, you'll have to keep an eye out for names, because some of these will not be particularly familiar for me. But hopefully a couple of them stick out as being people that we're aware of. Watch him being the only one. Sandro Schwartz is in charge of Canada. I don't know who that is. It's that guy there. A German man. One day we'll figure out what to do. That manager's been there a while. Cuba. Erskine Lawrence. A Damien Fleming. Well, there'd have to be. I presume that was Anguilla, right? Wait, hang on. I thought that was the French striker. It's not. It's a guy with the same name as him. Casey Andrews in charge of Grenada. No one in Guadeloupe at all. Feels like Jamaica tends to get like the more high-profile managers just because they've got quite a high rep. Rafael Marquez is in charge of Mexico. That's kind of cool. Nicaragua. Don Roy Lewis. St. Lucia's manager is a bloke called Iran Joseph. That's good. That I like. I didn't realise Iran was a first name. I realised it's probably pronounced Iran, but it's Iran. His name is Iran Joseph, and he's a St. Lucian Canadian. President is a surname, yeah, 100%. Jason James. Ivanildo Hasbet, that's a very Surinamese name. Farquharson, love it. Keston Frederick. Hang on, Stephen Cherundolo. He's a former... He definitely has America caps, right? I swear I remember him playing for the US national team. Last reserve Mike's doing... I think they were doing okay. Oh, they're down in 9th in the Bundesliga. They have fallen hard. Is that manager still there? Oh, no, they've actually got a new manager. Why do I recognise this guy? Oh, he's managed Mainz before. This guy's he's played for Mainz, and this is his second time managing them in this save. Got away from the bear. Iran Joseph. Oh, it's gone grey again outside. As long as it doesn't rain later. That's the most important thing. I don't want to be fishing in the rain with my pint. By searching for managers that are employed by nations. I don't know if there's a way of filtering by that. I don't think so. I mean, we could look on like actually a staff search itself. So we're looking for staff role, manager, employed by nation. Oh, hello. And then I get rid of this. So this should reveal about 200 people. What? Hang on. Oh, wait. So it sort of works, but kind of doesn't. So when you exclude this, it gets rid of everybody because you're basically saying not to include anybody. The problem is the only way you can have it included is if you include... These won't even tick properly. So all we can see is managers that would be willing to sign for us. There's a guy called St. Clair Morris. Yeah. It's just bugged. It's just FM. I wonder if there's just too many people. For Tony offer. The Shasley boys are called up. It seems like everything to do with like who's in charge of national teams is just completely balked. For whatever reason. Oh well, such is life. It is annoying though. To be fair, all of this comes down to the fact of why did they just take away the drop-down clickability on national team profiles? It's so strange that that's gone. It was one of the... I remember the first time we tried to look that stuff up on FN24 and we're just massively disappointed to find that it just was suddenly no longer there. Right. At home against the Tits. We've got Tits up against the wall here. This is a big opportunity for us, particularly with the pretty much full-strength side out there. In fact, I'd say it arguably is the full-strength side. Even the bench. I feel like Bashir should probably get back on the bench instead of these players that don't need to be there. Stoyan, for example, is another one. Who am I like? I'm never going to bring this guy on. Cool. Although I might take Shehu off the bench. We don't need 3 right backs on the bench. Yeah, Mike, we were just finding some stuff that you broke. With your big clod-hopping feet. Your size 27s. I have been relatively impressed with Claudio so far. For that role. Given that it feels like nobody's really made that role their own yet this season. Or last for a while, really. None of the guys we've signed have really started getting, like, Steinmetz numbers. Big shoes. I just told you. Size 27s, remember? Then you get big shoe boxes after that.
I quit. I opened my own hotel.
Full circle, really? Yeah. I think was that during this save as well, Sharpie? A SIC.mgmt. Thank you for the follow. I'm a Fulham fan in real life. Right. Given how we played lately, I'm expecting big things, since the 3 teams down towards the very bottom of this league are truly gopping. It says a lot that there's teams that literally are operating on a point a game that are so far clear of the relegation zone, it's actually unreal as Mohamed Al-Chawi. What? I think this is going to be given, because there's no assist. But how could he possibly be offside? It's a corner, and the rebound went back to him. Who could have been offside there? Maybe this guy? Oh, I see. It was there, probably. Was he actually arguing that Dennis Anderson, the second time, was the one that could have been offside there? Strawberry. I haven't had any of the other flavours of Pepsi for a while. Actually, that's not true. We've got cherry Pepis in the fridge and mango Pepis, but it's the big ones. But the Sterling transfer, is Sterling... Wait, Sterling's moved? Who's Sterling moved to? Oh, we should have scored another one. I know that there was rumours around Sterling, but I don't think it was anything concrete. I'm curious now. Things always happen when I'm live. Don't make me get the Willian tweet back up again. He's done well there. To Fulham? He's not been transferred to Fulham, has he? I don't think he has. I might be wrong. Maybe this has all just gone through while I've been live. Oh, rumour. I really don't want that to happen. That would be a massively bad choice. His wages are absurd. I just don't think he's the type of player that Fulham need right now. We don't need another... I mean, he's not that old. I think he's one of those players I think people assume he's older than he is. But... Can we... Oh, good save again. Yeah, I think that's the exact type of player we need to be avoiding. HSV in the... Yeah. I remember the commentary from it. Hamburg will host the final, but Fulham will play in it. Quality comms. Muniz to Newcastle I would hate. That we can't afford to lose Rodrigo Muniz at this point. In fact, it seems like Fulham are being linked with players away from them more than they are with players to bring in. With the to be fair, nobody's paying those Fulham season tickets. That's why the Riverside stands half empty. They can pay for it with Fulham bloody Pier. There was, I don't know if you guys, this is really highly Fulham specific, so I doubt, unless you're even following anything related to Fulham, will have even seen this. Fulham put out a press, I say Fulham Pier, which is our silly corporate shit underneath the new stand, put out this press release talking about how, it's not open on certain days due to the local football club. The local, you mean the club whose stadium your fucking corporate nonsense is literally embedded in the side of? The local football club. Like, fucking Christ. They are not doing a good job of endearing this to the fans. I honestly don't think that Rodrigo Muniz would be good for Newcastle at this stage. Yeah, it turns out the football club, that's the reason they're there, that's an inconvenience. Like, I hate to say it, chat, but this is some woke nonsense. You can eat your croissant somewhere else. I mean, they are the local football club, but it's like, why not just say Fulham? We know who it is. Oh my days, what an effort. Take Rodrigo. I mean, Rodrigo is very fun. I don't think he's going to go. I think he'll be starting for us as our starting striker this season, and I think he's still very raw and needs a couple... I think he needs at least another season, if not two, before it's worth another club coming in for him. I'm looking out for yous. Like, you don't want to go near him. And by that same breath, Josh King, absolute crap. And leave Seth Ridgen alone as well. Fulham need, yes. Now, in truth, because we haven't lost many people, it's more about upgrading, which is good. It's... We need wingers, but we don't need technical wingers that are slow and old. We need aggressive, athletic wingers that are going to take a man on. What length is my beard? Oh, it's not very long. Like, it's essentially just like glorified stubble at this point. I might go back to the like lighter beard, heavier mustache look again. I think it would suit my new lumberjack look. So Putney Bridge, is it... Ugh. It's not great stuff. Tony Khan clearly prioritising wrestling. I think it's insane, and it's weird to me that in 2025 a Premier League club has a part-time director of football. Like, how is that allowed? Yeah, it would be nice if we had a proper DOF. The day that we get rid of Tony Khan and actually employ a human being to do that job, it will be a blessed, blessed day. Wait for F26. Honestly, at this stage, I mean, to be fair, driving with more regret. Good name. Welcome aboard. I think you're possibly at this stage better off waiting, given that it's likely going to be out in October anyway. However, if you get the opportunity to pick it up really... Oh, that's unfortunate. Pick it up really cheap, I would still perhaps suggest getting it, but what I would say is be warned, because the experience between this game and what you're going to get with 26, in theory, is going to be very, very different, to the point where it will basically be like a new game entirely. So, if you can get it cheap, crack on. If not, might be better to wait. The old Pipex one, yeah. I think it is still there, isn't it? That must have been a hell of a... Oh, come on. Get in. Again. Does happen, I guess. But that's PSG. This is Fulham. Which I realise actually really should be the other way around. But, like... But in addition, Luis Campos, I believe at least was like qualified for the job. Whereas Tony Khan is just, he's a Nepo baby. Not that that's unusual, but like, he has no qualifications to be in this job or have any kind of history of being good at this job. He's just there because his daddy owns the club. Do you remember that situation at Cardiff when it was a bit like that as well? And thank you for the follow as well, Driver and More Regret. We were a bit fortunate, but luckily, Elak Chowie has literally done everything in this game. He scores the goals, both of them, gets the bookings, and he drives the bus. We've been kind of average, considering how bad this, like, tits are sagging right down the league here. Most in chat. Well, so am I. Oh, my life. What is with all the gifted subs in the last couple of streams? I'm super grateful. I just don't understand why. But thank you so much, Clay. That's so kind of you, man. Oh, my God. And what a goal it is to treat us all for that. I mean, did Conan get one of the subs? Looking rested. But he seems to be doing that slightly more competently. What a strike. Look at this. It's like Papa Bouba Diop kind of bangers. Over the goalkeeper. Oh, wow. That might be the best goal of the season. Oh, thank you, man. It's very kind. Do you want me to, I'll give you a free look up. I'll look up your Patreon player in a minute because I know he's still cutting about. You've been extremely generous this week, and just in general, chat. I'm very, very grateful. He runs the Jags. Because they're doing so well, though, aren't they? I was about to look you up anyway. So I'll refund your points. Oh, tipped over. Oh, Lobby's... It's a bit kind of average, isn't he? Conan the twat it from Rangian at this rate. So I think it's... You seem to see this quite a lot across fan bases where if their owner owns more than one club, even if it's in different sports, there's often a lot of sort of similarities in their opinions. Actually, I'm not sure. So, for example, like my hockey team, they're owned by the Cronkies or the whatever company that is that owns them. But there seems to be less complaints. I mean, what are Arsenal's fans' opinions about the ownership with the Cronkies? Because as far as the Avs are concerned, because they own the Nuggets as well, I believe. They own a lot of teams. Got a hit list. I'm checking. Oh, Harv, you missed it. Last night on stream, Pog got to ban someone. Or was it Hadrian? It was either Pog or Hadrian got to ban someone. And you missed it. You missed a free Kurt spam bot. I'm also wondering how that person managed to violate the spam bot. Not violate the spam bot. Spam bot was consensual in this entire endeavour. Yes, it seems like his passion is the wrestling stuff, which is like, that's fine. Follow your passion, Tony. Employ someone to be the director of football at a Premier League football club. Surely that's not difficult, right? Sorry, being a parent. No, unacceptable. I might just take Modawave just for that. They did it at the same time. I mean, I was tempted to do it myself. He got one too many free Kurts in chat for my liking. PSG have 69 points now. And we're now 6 points clear of Auxerre with 7 matches to go. I think, providing we... Plus 24 goal difference as well. Provided there isn't like a generational collapse from us, there's still an outside shot that we could get top 4. I think we're more likely to end up actually coming 7th. And that's fine. Will be his dad. True. But like, he's still in the job. So it is his choice in the sense that if he said, I'm no longer doing this job, they'd have to employ someone. Like, he has the power to not do the job. To be fair, he's using that power right now. He's just in the job while he's using that power. He's really flexing on us all. We've only conceded 2 goals in our last 5 games. And have won... Bloody hell. 4 out of the last 5 games we've won. 2 goals conceded. Considering we had a mini blip of literally losing 2 games. That's a nice little turnaround for us. Very nice. Is Gerard at Nice? Did I just say that like... Oh yeah, there he is. Steven Gerrard. His name fits in perfectly. Still not the worst win percentage in the league, though. Oh wait, maybe it is actually, because this screen doesn't sort properly, apparently. There we go. No, in fact, Evan Ritter at Brest has the lowest win percentage at 10%. I think what's kind of scary is all of these guys have not been at the clubs very long. Meanwhile, Lucas Polican has been at Toulouse for like 8 years. Thank you, Enforcer. I was very proud of it. Hey, if you make him GM of the Jags, you might get some good draft picks in a couple of years, although I suspect he's probably traded those away for magic beans, right? The Avalanche way. Secondly, yeah, I think I underestimated Lens. Like, considering against Lens, we were the better side in that game. We're very, very unlucky to lose. That being said, our win away from home against Marseille was unbelievably fortunate. They only had one shot on target, to be fair, but it kind of balances out. I think we're basically exactly where we should be as far as, like, XG goes. Actually, I think we're probably a few points above it now, considering we've won a few in a row now. Yeah, +6 now, actually. But still, we're 5th in the league with the 5th best team. Angers at +10. Lens are +14. And that might sound good, but I was doing some stuff for the Le Challenge recap yesterday, and in that second season, the first season that we were in the top flight with the Le Challenge, when Alverca came second, or maybe that was the third season. Either way, Alverca overperformed their expected points by 24 points and came second. That was the Harvey Barnes season. It was absolutely mental. I don't think I've ever seen an overperformance like that. They were supposed to be like 13th in the league and they came second. Crazy. But no, as far as I know, you haven't retired. I think you're still cutting it about at Austin FC? Or was it... I swear it was someone like that. Houston Dynamos. Wrong Texan City. Earning 42 grand a week, though. It's tremendous. It might have been the season after, actually. Yeah, I think it was... the second season was the year that... I think it was Boa Vista had this insane striker that scored like 28 goals that season or something. And then it was that. So that's what I spent all of yesterday doing, was going through the 3 Le Challenge seasons and basically writing brief notes about them so I can start working on the full script for that tomorrow. That's my main goal. That, and this one I'm going to do it slightly differently, is I'm actually going to capture the match footage as I go along. That way I get to watch the matches each time and get a bit more extra context for the games that I could then use in my voiceover, which I wasn't doing before. So I think that'll make the voiceover even better. If there's like crazy goals, I'll know exactly what to include and where. There were some banging clips from the Le Challenge part of the save as well. Although I think it really steps up a notch when we go to Tenerife as far as the clips go. Because the moment I got to the end of the clips, it was the bit where I'm jumping around the room celebrating about the fact that Oscar Garcia had just been sacked. How's Felix training? Very fucking well. Amazing. God, he's got good value too, hasn't he? Average rating is solid. I'm excited to see what he can do. I just like that he's had an interesting career, frankly. Like, I suspect by the time the next Patreon Regen recap comes around, there'll be quite a few more missing. Probably under 60 at that point. Did I just see Fulham United? Fulham have... Oh my god. Oh my god. Fulham are negative £160 million in their bank balance. Their current profit and loss is 144 million. They are in debt. How have they done that? They're also overspending their wage budget by 600 grand a week. Oh, they had a tycoon. To be fair, he withdrew his funding a while ago. So it's a guy called Mateus Ahmad. I mean, surely administration next season at this rate, which they would almost certainly not survive, considering how close they are to the drop zone already. Yeah, it's a good old not Spurs Park. Just to remind everybody. Yeah, Fulham are in trouble. Gone are the days of winning the Conference League. They are very much heading down the highway at this point. Salford's still clinging to a playoff spot. Luton and West Brom, insanely, are both looking like they're going to stay up despite both of them getting points deductions. That's very impressive. It's the same teams towards the top every single season here, though, unfortunately. Yeah, Spurs are kind of killing it now. QPR top of League One, things you hate to see. Hartlepool are in the playoffs in League One. We could see Hartlepool in the Championship here. Cambridge United, just boring. Read in the chat. It was from your lookup, but it just sort of flowed so nicely because we were still talking about Fulham. Huddersfield top of League Two. I love that Aldershot Town are in the final automatic spot, but with +7. Like, what's that about? Altrincham in there as well. Forest Green heading down in their lovely tiger print kits. Welling United top there. Barnet heading down with Wilson. Cheltenham down to the 6th tier potentially. But the big question is, how are Preston and Wickham getting on? Preston are in the playoff spots, but my God, Morecambe have got 102 points. Yeah, no, they're doing quite well. Thing is, Preston will just bottle the playoffs again. That's wild. 102 points. Plus 69 goal difference. They've only lost to Gateshead and Telford. Very nice goal difference as well. Yeah, nobody's like got on a heinous bottom. What about, go on, show me Wickham. Wickham also struggling to get back up again. The biggest surprise to me is the fact that Preston are National League North and are a semi-pro club now. And don't forget about Beckham Prime. He wasn't even that bad. Like, he was, because he was at Altrincham or whatever, but he wasn't, like, that bad. Right, it's international break now, isn't it? Before Next Gen Day. Which is going to be right before the Monaco game, I think. Or is it Montpellier? Either way, let's get some friendlies in. I just want to check to make sure this actually is the schedule, because the game has a habit of lying to me about fixtures. So it's Nice away. It just hides the game for some reason. Makes me think we can play a match, but in actuality we can't. So let's do a friendly against... US Pont de Replay. Nice. Resurrected Bury. I don't think so. I'm pretty certain I'm using default England, but Bury have got back into the... I'm fairly certain that they are back in it, though. I definitely saw them. Actually, they might have been National League, right? Yeah, there they are. I'm fairly certain I'm just using the default database. But what's happened is that... Yeah, they're just there. Oh, Mariana, maybe. She paid for it using an umbrella payment. Eh? Finally, someone's in for James. Screen the match engine. It's probably a visual glitch just caused by the weird graphics in FM. There's all sorts of weird ones. It'd be nice to see Bury get back in the Football League in this side. They've come close a few times. Nearly. I think they've come like second in the National League once, but obviously it's such a bottleneck at the top of that league. You get a lot of teams towards the very top of that fail to get promotion, and then their best players get punched? The best players get punched. Hey, champions played a game. Love to see it. Right, I think, have I got the Patreon guys back again? I might do, might not do. Jonty, he should be. I believe. Oh, wow. 3 Patreon regions just retired. Christ. I'm not going to approach James here. We've just lost 3 more of them because they... I just don't think those guys were ever going to find contracts, basically. Particularly as now a lot of these guys are verging on 32, including myself. But yes, you are still going. I believe you're still playing right back for Derby County. Or you were last season, I checked, anyway. Yes, sorry, left back. I was close. You're just having a nice time. It looks like you might survive this round of the Hunger Games, James. The Hunger Games, as it were. It took so long for you to get going. Had that one crazy good season in the Premier League. I say crazy good. You suddenly got loads of appearances in the Premier League for Southampton. Then Derby invested in you, and frankly, you've had one season in the Prem with Derby, but since then, it's just been stable championship numbers. You say that, Enforcer, but if I recall correctly, the current guy that was in charge of Morecambe, I think it's like 19 of his last 25 businesses have been liquidated as well. This is where it turns out it's the same bloke. It's mad. Play for the B team. Honestly, I wouldn't care less if my guy retired. What I did enjoy, though, is when we were playing in... Was it in France or was it in Spain? No, it was in Spain, wasn't it? We played a game in the Copa del Rey against Marino Loanco, and my player came on and played against my Tenerife side, which was kind of cool. Yeah, it is about the EFL for sure. The fit and proper person stuff. I guess it's one of those rock and a hard play situations where a lot of the time, if they don't approve these deals, there's no one else, and then the club just goes to the wall anyway, and it's like, it's a shit sandwich, isn't it, really? It's crazy. It was like the same guy that was destroying Charlton. I don't know if he's gone now or not. The Belgian fella. I can't remember his name, but he was an absolute wrong one as well, wasn't he? Let me do that. And... We did that already, didn't we? What was I looking up? There was something I was looking up. Nope, it's gone. I'm sure it would have been really good. Oh, I was going to check to see if... I think you have actually got a contract, Stewie. Wait. Oh, you've retired, but to become an assistant manager. Get him in. Okay, cool. You're going to be an under-19 sports scientist. Love to see it. They got bought. Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name. Because a buddy of mine is a Charlton fan. Has been, like, him and his dad, like, it sucks. Mr. Assman, indeed. That's you. You're Mr. the Assistant. Now get a sock on your head. What a strange sentence. Oh, wow. That's a rare injury. We don't see a lot of plantar fasciitis in FM. It's one of the slightly more unusual injuries. That's a bit irritating, though. Like, he's losing bravery from a 2 to 6 week injury. The downside is I believe that this is one of those injuries that counts as a recurring injury. Oh, no recurring injuries. Maybe it'll appear there afterwards. But I'm pretty certain it's pretty rare. If I recall, it's not the rarest injury. But when I was doing that injury database video I did a couple of years ago, obviously I was replacing a lot of these injuries, and you have to set the rarity of the injury. And I noticed that there were some injuries that I'd never even seen before because the rarity is so low. Things like skull fracture, blood clots, they're almost like impossible to even see in the game. But plantar fasciitis is pretty low on the list as well. Wait, did I miss another scout report? No, I didn't. Okay, I probably will miss a couple going through, which is frustrating, but this is why we have 1,000 of them. So I can get away with missing the odd one and it doesn't hurt too much. Oh, thank God for that. I thought that was going to be the team reports then. God, there are some quite good players in the world, aren't there? Wow, Rezic is up there. Nice. A couple of years ago. Yeah, it was. That was 2023. Start of this game cycle. That video came out in like December 2023, right before Christmas kind of time. Crazy times. Team report new. Wow, Uruguay is not really not chefing as much as I would have liked. Wrexham's third kit. Let's have a look. Oh, it looks like an Argentinian rugby jersey. It's giving Rugby World Cup for Argentina. That's the only thing I can think of when I see that. It's sure something. Yeah, oh, did you miss Chad Tomlinson earlier? Yeah, so his name is Chad Tomlinson, and he's from Hartington, Texas. Chicago's 5. Oh, go on then. Hit me with it. I did like Charlotte FC's kit from last year, but MLS kits are actually somehow more expensive than European club kits. One kit I do really like, and I know this is a bit Venezia-y, but the Roma kit that they've brought out with the green on it, that one does kind of look... That kind of gets me in a place where I'm like, you know what, that is actually really, really nice. I assume a lot of you have probably seen it from all the Evan Ferguson videos, but those are very, very nice. Managerial Sunday. Who was the old... I swear there was a Belgian guy, though, that owns... that used to own Charleroi as well. The third kit for Roma one. Yeah, the Roma Ireland one, essentially. It is... I haven't got the Roma one to hand. If someone has a link for it, I'll happily show it on stream because it is fucking tasty. Who are we getting rid of? Let's get rid of Jordan Boisson. Duchâtelet. That's the guy, yeah. Or is it Duchâtelet? Maybe I'm adding the Châtelet in there. Was it Roman de Châtelet or Duchâtelet or whatever? Chicago's... Oh! Right, I see what you mean. In Patagonia. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, so it actually is related to Argentina. I see. That makes sense. It still does look like an Argentinian rugby shirt. Yeah, I mean, it's just... Wow, it's actually only... It's just so nice. The fact that this is 65 euros or 65 quid or what? No, 65 euros as well. Whereas those like MLS kits, they want like £120 for. Like, what? It's just so clean. I love it. That might be my favourite shirt of this season of like new shirts I've seen so far. It's just so classic. And it's similar. The problem I used to find with the Venezia ones, because it's not that dissimilar to the sort of styles that the Venezia ones did. Is that a kid's one? Oh, shit, okay. Oh, no. He gets his first cap and gets injured. 65 for a kid's version of a shirt is fucking insane. That is mental. I cannot wait to buy that on Vinted in 3 years' time. Yeah, 125. It's just, football shirt prices are, much like everything else in football these days, an absolute fucking rip-off. Wolves pre-match shirt, I have no idea. Show me the Wolves pre-match shirt. I do quite like Fulham's new pre-match shirts. The colours are weird, but then Fulham want 50 quid for their pre-match shirts. What are we doing here? You totally could. That's why I like, it's a shirt that could just be worn as a shirt. Like Adidas make shirts that just kind of look a little bit like that already, except they cost like £25 instead of 100. I think the issue I used to have with the Venezia ones was that they did too much. They were like too fashiony and not enough actual sports shirt after a while, I found. Wait, oh, nice. Machego got his cap. Very proud of you, buddy. And, okay, big wage rise, but that's fine. Certain website for cheaper kits. A certain gate, potentially, James. I know you've used them a good amount, and you seem to get quite good results out of it, right? Oh. No. No. No, it looks like I've smoked too much weed and watched a fire display, but with, like, yellow lenses on. I can't. That's a trip. Genoa away. I think you mean England. Love it. I like that. Although, it's... Actually, the more I look at it, the less I like it. It might just be because I don't really like Kappa kits. Fulham had Kappa kits for a while, and I specifically don't own any of them. It's not like... At first I was like, okay, but then I realised there wasn't actually a lot of design involved. It was just kind of, we put big flag on kit kind of thing. Okay, that's nice. That I like a lot. Tattoo on his leg. Wait, you can see his leg? The Blackburn third kit is up there for me. The Roma third kit, yeah. The Blackburn third kit is fire. I can't see his tattoo. Not from this distance. Anyway, can you zoom the picture in? What have I done now? Chat, we zoom in. Oh, Christ. Where's the man gone? Well, okay then. Tremendous. That's something. Oh, my life. Good God. Things I didn't know I need to see today. I just didn't imagine it was going to be that somehow. Team report. You don't get to say you're welcome after making me see that. No. You can't take any credit here. I'm not allowing it. I'm just going to keep pressing continue actually while we get to the perfect stopping point. That's alright, actually. I kind of like... Actually, they've got the same template as Fulham do. That's the exact same template that Fulham have, except ours is in white. So we've got the white where the red is and the black where the white is. It's very templatey. Hang on. Costa Rica. Oh, that's our Iraqi Costa Rican guy who's just got a cap for Costa Rica. Love that for you, bud. Yeah, I mean, I like an Adidas. Adidas is still my favourite kit brand. I love Adidas' style in general for the most part. It's either that or like retro style brands. I've just never really found much Nike stuff that I particularly like. I'm so glad that Fulham have an Adidas sponsor again. They are lazy, but they're nowhere near as lazy as... Who was it that for a few years where that template was on like every single kit, where it had like the blank kit with the bit across the chest? Was it Puma? And it just said the team name across like the midriff region. Absolutely awful. That was exceptionally poor. I do quite like Arsenal's new... I'm assuming it's the third kit. The one with like the blue crackling on it. No Nike, no Nike, yeah. Puma with the name. That was the most laziest of kit designs. Adidas ones I find... I think if you don't like the clean kits, then they're probably going to be quite dull to you, but they are just kind of... They know how to make a good, clean kit, but they aren't going to give you a lot of fancy shit. Most of the time, it's just going to be colour, other colour, and then an accent at best. Use the Genoa flag. Well, fight me for it. It's not St. Genoa's Day, is it? Flamingo Retro Kit? No. I see, most of the time I only see these kits when they just randomly come across my timeline on... Usually it'll be because of one of Sai's videos on Instagram. God, everybody's getting caps here. Anderson's got a cap now. This is going to cost us a fortune in wages. Rampla Juniors. Where are we on the wages now? Yeah, we've lost like 20 grand a week in wages lately. Meet me outside Tesco. I do need to go to Tesco's tomorrow morning, if that helps. God, my back is not standing up to these 4-hour streams anymore with this lack of flamingo-ry. I might just have to accept that I'm going to be missing some hair on my left shin and just give in to the flamingo. Jomo. I've never heard of them. Is that because I know there's a brand called Jomo? Is this a different company who nearly have the same name? Ooh. Yeah, that I kind of like. I also quite like it when the brand is like, who? What was that? There was another brand. Oh, Admiral. Admiral kits are kind of tasty. That was an old Portsmouth kit that was an Admiral one. Those were really, really nice. Didn't they do like, I swear they released like a, I think Portsmouth did this actually, like a new version of one of the Admiral kits. I know a lot of clubs have done this. Fulham have released like a load of like new versions of retro ones. Every time I leave the screen, well, there's your thought. Don't leave the screen. It's my cheap way of getting people to stick around. Samson Spore Blue, okay. Wait until A-Up Spore come out with their new kit. Just got a stovepipe hat. Chat, the board have got their way. They've managed to sack Scott McTominay again. So confused by this. That's a lot of... Right, what I'll do is... Bloody hell. Alright then. That's horrifying. When you're below an F, you know something's wrong. I haven't seen the purple number for a while. Right, get rid of you guys. I'm going to just send the rest of these guys around again so we can... Oh, there's old... if you missed this last stream chat, we found a player called Priestley Burnicle. I'll send these guys around again for next stream. That way we can do next gen. Ooh. At Tenerife. Maybe that's why. Maybe they just still think he's managing Tenerife or something. Because that's the second time now that we've appointed Scott McTominay and the board have got rid of him. Ooh, yeah, no, that's nice. I like that. Oh, what have I done there? I think I've accidentally... There we go. Yeah, well, the last thing I would have wanted was to miss out on scouting Peñarol, because I would be willing to bet that they've got a couple of absolute doozies in this report. Oh, wow, they actually don't. I guess it's because that's their first team. Maybe when the other guys come through in a minute, they'll be better. Is it Scott himself? Well, it says sacked, but maybe he's just like deliberately trying to get sacked so he can get the payoff each time. £60 for a warm-up. God, I thought Fulham's warm-up kit was bad at £50, and it is. But the good thing about the warm-up kits is I find that those ones go really cheap on places like Vinted in like 18 months. Like, I'm seeing stuff from like 2 years ago going on Fulham's kits now that are like under a tenner for like basically brand new t-shirts. It's great. It seems like those ones drop in value. They depreciate way more than football shirts do, which makes sense, obviously, because football shirts has a lot more sort of sentimental value. Right, okay, it's next gen day. What we saying? Perfect way to end streamers with a bit of a next gen madness. And I get to show off the thing I like about this skin. Fantastic gym wear. If I went to the gym, I would agree. Maybe I'll wear that to the gym when I finally start going. Okay. Oh, let my back ease into it. I'm thinking... I reckon it might be one of ours. Nagalo's too old. Barnetche's too old. Shasley, it could be Shasley. Or is he too old as well? Stoyan, maybe? I think everyone I keep thinking of is too old. But I think it's going to be one of our players. I don't know who. Oh, it's not. Oh, you were so close. Well, you said you weren't because you said Danish. He came second. But yeah, this is the reason I like it, because it shows attributes, it shows their positions, it shows any scouting knowledge of the player, it shows way more stuff, it shows their wages, it shows it all. So they've got Nigerian Dippert and the next Michael Owen, which I'm assuming is Rob Pearson. You pedantic little man. I'll take it. So the guy is Konstantin Bergov. Ah, that's annoying. We scouted this guy. We looked at this dude before. Disappointing. Our guy's on there, though. These guys are kind of outside. Peter Goetze, though. I might scout him anyway, just to see if he's related. Yes, because he's a youth player at Benfica. He's absurdly good, but considering he's 16. His jumping reach is... actually, it might not be that great. Rob Pearson's obviously on loan. Right, Lee Sinnott, he's going to be on loan from someone. Man United. 17 Ireland caps at 18 years old. What? Okay, so this guy is ridiculous. Born in Dublin. 2 appearances for United, but it's the fact that he's got 17 caps for Ireland while still being 18 years old. Chefing League One as well. What a player. Scott McCart at Arsenal. Bought him from St Mirren. Rolf Nordahl. Ah, he's a guy from... Oh, wow, he's good. Holy Tottenham. That's very good. Mohamed Fathi at Middlesbrough. They've managed to get an Egyptian. John Acosta at PSV. Born in Fountain Valley. I remember looking at that guy last year, I think. Right, second page. Let's go. It sounds 25, Sinjara. If you do !skin in chat, you can get a download link for it. Casper Bengtsson at Lincoln City. There's no way he's not on loan from Arsenal. That's cool, though. Hey, finally, chat, you get a Bengtsson that's actually good. Who knew? Marcelo Pimenta, he's a bit good, but... actually, I might still scout him. LA tax, though. Fabio Fagnocchi. Quite good. Sam Shackle. Hey, look, he's actually a player at Southampton who's actually at Southampton. Wanted by Leicester, weirdly. Ooh, hello, work rate. Bit expensive. But next gen, it's because it's part of the skin, basically, Paz. So if you have that skin, it will just be... it will automatically show this skin, show this view. You're on loan at a B team, right? Yeah. Ion Arietta is a great name. Bastien Garnier. Ooh. 17-year-old. Do we get Twisted a little friend in case Kilaza leaves us? Another crazy good Swiss player would be fun. He's really good, actually. This was like another... oh, no, he actually came through at Dortmund. That's kind of cool. Kader Tape on loan at Aston... oh, yeah, I remember this guy. Because he came through at Villa, so he's got English youth rating. He's at Orlando City. Aaron Ekern from Orlando, Florida. Makes sense. Have we got any more players on it? Iriondo. Ooh. Wait, isn't that the guy from... wow, that's the guy from Tenerife. That young Albanian defender I signed. Like, he looks to be decent. He does have 11 Albanian caps, actually. Maybe he is better than I thought. That goalkeeper is kind of exciting. I really like the keeper. Jens Lohoff of Wacker Innsbruck. Then we got Mr... wow, that's one of our guys. Oh, he is actually kind of chefing in all the right directions. Reflexes, one-on-ones. Throwing is really good too. Aerial reach, command of area. Olivier could be a... god, we got some good goalkeepers in the pipeline. Oh, a guy at Las Palmas. Boo. We care not for you, although it would be quite fun to sign you off of them, even though it actually wouldn't cost that much money either. Jesling Kabamba. Not bad. Guy at Cool, that's a bit out of our... oh, he's on loan from Inter as well. Teo Simone. Joining Lille. Wow, they're already harvesting these guys. Guy at Reading, he's got to be on loan. On loan from Brighton. Sebastian Schmidt. Then Yanis Getz at Newcastle. From Real Madrid C, they signed him. This has been a really kind of bad next gen. Like, almost every player in this has basically been at a massive side or on loan from a massive side. And even when they're not, they're at clubs that are, like, not the top end, but they've got crazy prices because they're in the top leagues. Like, where's all the Czech lads? And the random Bulgarians, you know? It's actually might be one of the most disappointing ones. There's not Nigerian, a Hungarian at Bristol City. Ruben Velasquez. Oh, what do we say to another Velasquez? Could we get a third Velasquez with a third different nationality? We could have the Mexican Velasquez, the Colombian Velasquez, and the Uruguayan Velasquez. I like that idea. Tavares is at Nuremberg. Guy at Lazio. Come on now. Guy at Nantes, but that's, again, massively expensive. Ashley Smith at Columbus Crew, but America... Wow, he's kind of good, actually. There's another Pius. Also on loan from Aston Villa. Pius Olatunji. God, Villa have had some great African players in their intakes lately. It feels like the only nation we're finding decent players in that aren't like the major nations is Switzerland here. Teo Poretti. Darbo, but is a Benfica. Leonardo at Mansfield. Wait, Mansfield are kind of doing bits, aren't they? They've got a guy on loan from Newcastle and a guy on loan from Arsenal. Are they doing quite well in League One? They should be doing better really with these two. These guys are far too good for this league. Leo Bardo of... Wow, he's very good. 18 as well. Ivan Jahic. Wait. Honestly, like... He's kind of similar in quality to Rezic, but I think Rezic is better long term. I think he's... This guy does have the crossing ability, but I think Rezic is going to be a more complete... Not Rezic. Rezic is going to be a more complete player. Weird that he's not on this list. Binder, there he is. He does make the list, if nothing else. Hassan Al Saeed. Then we've got another of the overpriced Saudi guys. Oh, that's our guy. Mr. Mexican Velasquez deserves to be on there. Who's this guy? Ah, okay. He might be interesting to keep an eye on. Jorge Bajo. 6'3", good jumping reach. His tackling is going to be massively an issue. Unless that's like 11 or 12, he's probably cooked already. Right. Oh, that was the last page. So we actually only have 4 guys on it, but I suppose we're not exactly at the top of world football yet, are we? Yeah, that was the thing. No crazy Belgians in there. No, like, not many Scandi guys. And those that were in there were all sort of already at big clubs. There was no, like, random guy at Christensen or Malmö. Like, none of, like, there's usually a couple of Czech guys in there, maybe a Slovak, maybe even a Slovenian from one of those sort of sides. That was a really weird next-gen list where all the players seemed to be at major clubs or on loan from major clubs. Genuinely might be the most boring next-gen day I've ever seen. Was there a single interesting player in that entire list that's like worth us even investigating? Maybe just... I think genuinely the only interesting player in the entire thing, no Mexicans either, yeah, was apart from our one, was Bastien Garnier. He's literally the only player in that that's even worth looking at, I think. The rest are all just, yeah. The Columbus guy maybe, but then you're just paying America tax. At least the Swiss guy, and the Swiss guy was wanted by a load of Premier League teams, so he might be the type of guy. Problem is it's tough because he'd probably want first team football and we simply wouldn't be able to give it to him. Bologna, the problem is Bologna guy is probably going to be really expensive, and that's still top flight Serie A. Like, they're a reasonably big side. Now, I think if it's just because of all the leagues loaded, it would have been an issue before. I think it's just a really weird season where we've just got a little bit unlucky. Max 7 million, yeah, but that's still quite a lot. They'd have to be really fucking good for me to try and sign them for that kind of price, especially with all the other stuff too. Right, I don't even have Twitch loaded properly. That's really weird. So Sunday, we've got the rest of our league games for the season. I'm not even on the FM category. Christ on a bike. No, I'm so sorry, crowd back here. I will refund it so that we can do it on Sunday. Right, where we at? Okay. Who are we going to send you folks over to? Probably someone who's streaming in English, just to be sure. Wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable. Oh, we can raid Rich. Nice. We don't get to raid Rich very often. Rich Owens FM. Lovely. So, I'll be back on Sunday. I'm going to go fishing. You'll expect to see some really weird pictures on my Instagram later of just me not catching a fish, but having a nice pint. So, thank you for joining me today. Today's been... Do you know what? For a stream where not a lot's been really going on, I've just been having a nice time vibing, frankly. I just need to bloody sit down now, get out my Daisy Dukes, and kind of go from there. Wow, I looked really, really strange there. Anyway, thank you for joining me. I've had a lovely time. Thank you so much for the gifted subs again earlier. That was incredibly nice of you. And yeah, I can see you very, very soon. Hold you guys. It does appear on the new version of the skin, I believe, Mystic, but it's a bit iffy because it definitely works for me. So I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Capybara? Capybara. Bye-bye. Very camp. I am camper than a row of pink tents. You know this.